Chapter 1. The King and the Queen. A few preliminary words about Tutankhamun, the king whose name the whole world knows, and who in that sense probably needs an introduction less than anyone in history. He was the son-in-law, as everyone knows, of that most written about and probably most overrated of all the Egyptian pharaohs, the heretic king Akhenaten. Of his parentage we know nothing. He may have been of the blood royal and had some indirect claim on the throne on his own account. He may, on the other hand, have been a mere commoner. The point is immaterial, for, by his marriage to a king's daughter, he at once, by Egyptian law of succession, became a potential heir to the throne. A hazardous and uncomfortable position it must have been to fill at this particular stage of this country's history. Abroad, the empire founded in the 15th century B.C. by Thothmes III, and held, with difficulty it is true, but still held, by succeeding monarchs, had crumpled up like a pricked balloon. At home dissatisfaction was rife. The priests of the ancient faith, who had seen their gods flouted and their very livelihood compromised, were straining at the leash, only waiting the most convenient moment to slip it all together. The soldier class, condemned to a mortified inaction, were seething with discontent and apt for any form of excitement. The foreign harem element, women who had been introduced into the court and into the families of soldiers in such large numbers since the wars of conquest, were now, at a time of weakness, a sure and certain focus of intrigue. The manufacturers and merchants, as foreign trade declined and home credit was diverted to a local and extremely circumscribed area, were rapidly becoming sullen and discontented. The common populace, intolerant of change, grieving, many of them, at the loss of their old familiar gods, and ready enough to attribute any loss, deprivation, or misfortune to the jealous intervention of these offended deities, were changing slowly from bewilderment to active resentment at the new heaven and new earth that had been decreed for them. And through it all, Akhenaten, Gallio of Gallios, dreamt his life away at Tel el Amarna. The question of a successor was a vital one for the whole country, and we may be sure that intrigue was rampant. Of male heirs there was none, and interest centers on a group of little girls, the eldest of whom could not have been more than 15 at the time of her father's death. Young as she was, this eldest princess, Mertaten by name, had already been married some little while, for in the last year or two of Akhenaten's reign, we find her husband associated with him as co-regent, a vain attempt to avert the crisis which even the arch-dreamer Akhenaten must have felt to be inevitable. Her taste of queenship was but a short one, for Smenkhkare, her husband, died within a short while of Akhenaten. He may even, as evidence in this tomb seems to show, have predeceased him, and it is quite possible that he met his death at the hands of a rival faction. In any case he disappears, and his wife with him, and the throne was open to the next claimant. The second daughter, Maktatun, died unmarried in Akhenaten's lifetime. The third, Ankhesenpa-Atun, was married to Tutankhatun as he then was, the Tutankhamun with whom we are now so familiar. Just when this marriage took place is not certain. It may have been in Akhenaten's lifetime, or it may have been contracted hastily immediately after his death to legalize his claim to the throne. In any event, they were but children. Ankhesenpa-Atun was born in the 8th year of her father's reign, and therefore cannot have been more than 10, and we have reason to believe, from internal evidence in the tomb, that Tutankhamun himself was little more than a boy. Clearly, in the first years of this reign of children, there must have been a power behind the throne, and we can be tolerably certain who this power was. In all countries, but more particularly in those of the Orient, it is a wise rule, in cases of doubtful or weak succession, to pay particular attention to the movements of the most powerful court official. In the Tel el Amarna court this was a certain I, chief priest, court chamberlain, and practically court everything else. He himself was a close personal friend of Akhenaton's, and his wife Taiyi was nurse to the royal wife Nefertiti, so we may be quite sure there was nothing that went on in the palace that they did not know. Now, looking ahead a little, we find that it was this same I who secured the throne himself after Tutankhamun's death. We also know, from the occurrence of his cartouche in the sepulchral chamber of the newly found tomb, that he made himself responsible for the burial ceremonies of Tutankhamun, even if he himself did not actually construct the tomb. It is quite unprecedented in the valley to find the name of a succeeding king upon the walls of his predecessor's sepulchral monument. The fact that this was so in this case seems to imply a special relationship between the two, and we shall probably be safe in assuming that it was I who was largely responsible for establishing the boy king upon the throne. Quite possibly he had designs upon it himself already, but, not feeling secure enough for the moment, preferred to bide his time and utilize the opportunities he would undoubtedly have, as minister to a young and inexperienced sovereign, to consolidate his position. It is interesting to speculate, and when we remember that I in his turn was supplanted by another of the leading officials of Akhenaton's reign, the general Horemheb, and that neither of them had any real claim to the throne, we can be reasonably sure that in this little byway of history, from 1375 to 1350 B.C., there was a well-set stage for dramatic happenings. However, as self-respecting historians, let us put aside the tempting might-have-beens and probablys and come back to the cold hard facts of history. What do we really know about this Tutankhamun, with whom we have become so surprisingly familiar? Remarkably little, when you come right down to it. In the present state of our knowledge, we might say with truth that the one outstanding feature of his life was the fact that he died and was buried. Of the man himself, if indeed he ever arrived at the dignity of manhood, and of his personal character, we know nothing. Of the events of his short reign we can glean a little, a very little, from the monuments. We know, for instance, that at some time during his reign he abandoned the heretic capital of his father-in-law and removed the court back to Thebes. That he began as an Atun worshipper and reverted to the old religion is evident from his name Tutankhatun, changed to Tutankhamun, and from the fact that he made some slight additions and restorations to the temples of the old gods at Thebes. There is also a stele in the Cairo Museum, which originally stood in one of the Karnak temples, in which he refers to these temple restorations in somewhat grandiloquent language. "I found," he says, "the temples fallen into ruin, with their holy places overthrown and their courts overgrown with weeds. I reconstructed their sanctuaries, I re-endowed the temples, and made them gifts of all precious things. I cast statues of the gods in gold and electrum, decorated with lapis lazuli and all fine stones." Footnote. This stele, parts of which are roughly translated above, was subsequently usurped by Horemheb, as were almost all Tutankhamun's monuments. End footnote. We do not know at what particular period in his reign this change of religion took place, nor whether it was due to personal feeling or was dictated to him for political reasons. We know from the tomb of one of his officials that certain tribes in Syria and in the Sudan were subject to him and brought him tribute, and on many of the objects in his own tomb we see him trampling with great gusto on prisoners of war and shooting them by hundreds from his chariot, but we must by no means take for granted that he ever in actual fact took the field himself. Egyptian monarchs were singularly tolerant of such polite fictions. That pretty well exhausts the facts of his life as we know them from the monuments. From his tomb, so far, there is singularly little to add. We are getting to know to the last detail what he had, but of what he was and what he did we are still sadly to seek. There is nothing yet to give us the exact length of his reign. 6 years we knew before as a minimum, much more than that it cannot have been. We can only hope that the inner chambers will be more communicative. His body, if, as we hope and expect, it still lies between the shrines within the sepulchre, will at least tell us his age at death, and may possibly give us some clue to the circumstances. Just a word as to his wife, Ankhesenpa-Atun, as she was known originally, and Ankhesenamun after the reversion to Thebes. As the one through whom the king inherited, she was a person of considerable importance, and he makes due acknowledgment of the fact by the frequency with which her name and person appear upon the tomb furniture. A graceful figure she was, too, unless her portraits do her more than justice, and her friendly relations with her husband are insisted on in true Tel el Amarna style. There are 2 particularly charming representations of her. In one, on the back of the throne, Plate 2, she anoints her husband with perfume. In the other, she accompanies him on a shooting expedition, and is represented crouching at his feet, handing him an arrow with one hand, and with the other pointing out to him a particularly fat duck, which she fears may escape his notice. Charming pictures these, and pathetic too, when we remember that at 17 or 18 years of age the wife was left a widow. Well, perhaps. On the other hand, if we know our Orient, perhaps not, for to this story there is a sequel, provided for us by a number of tablets found some years ago in the ruins of Boghaz-Köy, and only recently deciphered. An interesting little tale of intrigue it outlines, and in a few words we get a clearer picture of Queen Ankhesenamun than Tutankhamun was able to achieve for himself in his entire equipment of funeral furniture. She was, it seems, a lady of some force of character. The idea of retiring into the background in favor of a new queen did not appeal to her, and immediately upon the death of her husband she began to scheme. She had, we may presume, at least 2 months' grace, the time that must elapse between Tutankhamun's death and burial, for until the last king was buried it was hardly likely that the new one would take over the reins. Now, in the past 2 or 3 reigns there had been constant intermarriages between the royal houses of Egypt and Asia. One of Ankhesenamun's sisters had been sent in marriage to a foreign court, and many Egyptologists think that her own mother was an Asiatic princess. It was not surprising, then, that in this crisis she should look abroad for help, and we find her writing a letter to the king of the Hittites in the following terms: "My husband is dead, and I am told that you have grown-up sons. Send me one of them, and I will make him my husband, and he shall be king over Egypt." It was a shrewd move on her part, for there was no real heir to the throne in Egypt, and the swift dispatch of a Hittite prince, with a reasonable force to back him up, would probably have brought off a very successful coup. Promptitude, however, was the one essential, and here the queen was reckoning without the Hittite king. Hurry in any matter was well outside his calculations. It would never do to be rushed into a scheme of this sort without due deliberation. And how did he know that the letter was not a trap? So he summoned his counselors, and the matter was talked over at length. Eventually it was decided to send a messenger to Egypt to investigate the truth of the story. "Where," he writes in his reply, and you can see him patting himself on the back for his shrewdness, "is the son of the late king, and what has become of him?" Now, it took some 14 days for a messenger to go from one country to the other, so the poor queen's feelings can be imagined, when, after a month's waiting, she received, in answer to her request, not a prince and a husband, but a dilatory futile letter. In despair she writes again: "Why should I deceive you? I have no son, and my husband is dead. Send me a son of yours, and I will make him king." The Hittite king now decides to accede to her request and to send a son, but it is evidently too late. The time had gone by. The document breaks off here, and it is left to our imagination to fill in the rest of the story. Did the Hittite prince ever start for Egypt? And how far did he get? Did I, the new king, get wind of Ankhesenamun's schemings and take effectual steps to bring them to naught? We shall never know. In any case, the queen disappears from the scene, and we hear of her no more. It is a fascinating little tale. Had the plot succeeded, there would never have been a Ramesses the Great. Chapter 2. The Valley and the Tomb. The Valley of the Tombs of the Kings, the very name is full of romance, and of all Egypt's wonders there is none, I suppose, that makes a more instant appeal to the imagination. Here in this lonely valley head, remote from every sound of life, with the Horn, the highest peak in the Theban hills, standing sentinel like a natural pyramid above them, lay 30 or more kings, among them the greatest Egypt ever knew. 30 were buried here. Now probably but 2 remain, Amun-hotep II, whose mummy may be seen by the curious lying in his sarcophagus, and Tutankhamun, who still remains intact beneath his golden shrine. There, when the claims of science have been satisfied, we hope to leave him lying. I do not propose to attempt a word picture of the valley itself. That has been done too often in the past few months. I would like, however, to devote a certain amount of time to its history, for that is essential to a proper understanding of our present tomb. Tucked away in a corner at the extreme end of the valley, half concealed by a projecting bastion of rock, lies the entrance to a very unostentatious tomb. It is easily overlooked and rarely visited, but it has a very special interest as being the first ever constructed in the valley. More than that, it is notable as an experiment in a new theory of tomb design. To the Egyptian it was a matter of vital importance that his body should rest inviolate in the place constructed for it, and this the earlier kings had sought to ensure by erecting over it a very mountain of stone. It was also essential to a mummy's well-being that it should be fully equipped against every need, and, in the case of a luxurious and display-loving Oriental monarch, this would naturally involve a lavish use of gold and other treasure. The result was obvious enough. The very magnificence of the monument was its undoing, and within a few generations at most the mummy would be disturbed and its treasure stolen. Various expedients were tried. The entrance passage, naturally the weak spot in a pyramid, was plugged with granite monoliths weighing many tons. False passages were constructed. Secret doors were contrived. Everything that ingenuity could suggest, or wealth could purchase, was employed. Vain labor all of it, for by patience and perseverance the tomb robber in every case surmounted the difficulties that were set to baffle him. Moreover, the success of these expedients, and therefore the safety of the monument itself, was largely dependent on the goodwill of the mason who carried out the work, and the architect who designed it. Careless workmanship would leave a danger point in the best planned defenses, and, in private tombs at any rate, we know that an ingress for plunderers was sometimes contrived by the officials who planned the work. Efforts to secure the guarding of the royal monument were equally unavailing. A king might leave enormous endowments, as a matter of fact each king did, for the upkeep of large companies of pyramid officials and guardians, but after a time these very officials were ready enough to connive at the plundering of the monument they were paid to guard, while the endowments were sure, at the end of the dynasty at latest, to be diverted by some subsequent king to other purposes. At the beginning of the 18th dynasty, there was hardly a king's tomb in the whole of Egypt that had not been rifled, a somewhat grisly thought to the monarch who was choosing the site for his own last resting place. Thothmes I evidently found it so, and devoted a good deal of thought to the problem, and as a result we get the lonely little tomb at the head of the valley. Secrecy was to be the solution to the problem. A preliminary step in this direction had been taken by his predecessor, Amun-hetep I, who made his tomb some distance away from his funerary temple on the summit of the Drach Abul Nega foothills, hidden beneath a stone, but this was carrying it a good deal further. It was a drastic break with tradition, and we may be sure that he hesitated long before he made the decision. In the first place his pride would suffer, for a love of ostentation was ingrained in every Egyptian monarch, and in his tomb more than anywhere else he was accustomed to display it. Then, too, the new arrangement would seem likely to cause a certain amount of inconvenience to his mummy. The early funerary monuments had always, in immediate proximity to the actual place of burial, a temple in which the due ceremonies were performed at the various yearly festivals, and daily offerings were made. Now there was to be no monument over the tomb itself, and the funerary temple in which the offerings were made was to be situated a mile or so away, on the other side of the hill. It was certainly not a convenient arrangement, but it was necessary if the secrecy of the tomb was to be kept, and secrecy King Thothmes had decided on as the one chance of escaping the fate of his predecessors. The construction of this hidden tomb was entrusted by Thothmes to Ineni, his chief architect, and in the biography which was inscribed on the wall of his funerary chapel, Ineni has put on record the secrecy with which the work was carried out. "I superintended the excavation of the cliff tomb of His Majesty," he tells us, "alone, no one seeing, no one hearing." Unfortunately, he omits to tell us anything about the workmen he employed. It is sufficiently obvious that 100 or more laborers with a knowledge of the king's dearest secret would never be allowed at large, and we can be quite sure that Ineni found some effectual means of stopping their mouths. Conceivably the work was carried out by prisoners of war, who were slaughtered at its completion. How long the secret of this particular tomb held, we do not know. Probably not long, for what secret was ever kept in Egypt? At the time of its discovery in 1899, little remained in it but the massive stone sarcophagus, and the king himself was moved, as we know, first of all to the tomb of his daughter Hatshepsut, and subsequently, with the other royal mummies, to Der el-Bahari. In any case, whether the hiding of the tomb was temporarily successful or not, a new fashion had been set, and the remaining kings of this dynasty, together with those of the 19th and 20th, were all buried in the valley. The idea of secrecy did not long prevail. From the nature of things it could not, and the later kings seem to have accepted the fact, and gone back to the old plan of making their tombs conspicuous. Now that it had become the established custom to place all the royal tombs within a very restricted area, they may have thought that tomb robbery was securely provided against, seeing that it was very much to the reigning king's interest to see that the royal burial site was protected. If they did, they mightily deceived themselves. We know from internal evidence that Tutankhamun's tomb was entered by robbers within 10 or at most 15 years of his death. We also know, from graffiti in the tomb of Thothmes IV, that monarch too had suffered at the hands of plunderers within a very few years of his burial, for we find King Horemheb in the 8th year of his reign issuing instructions to a certain high official named Maya to renew the burial of King Thothmes IV, justified in the precious habitation in western Thebes. They must have been bold spirits who made the venture. They were evidently in a great hurry, and we have reason to believe that they were caught in the act. If so, we may be sure they died deaths that were lingering and ingenious. Strange sights the valley must have seen, and desperate the ventures that took place in it. One can imagine the plotting for days beforehand, the secret rendezvous on the cliff by night, the bribing or drugging of the cemetery guards, and then the desperate burrowing in the dark, the scramble through a small hole into the burial chamber, the hectic search by a glimmering light for treasure that was portable, and the return home at dawn, laden with booty. We can imagine these things, and at the same time we can realize how inevitable it all was. By providing his mummy with the elaborate and costly outfit which he thought essential to its dignity, the king was himself compassing its destruction. The temptation was too great. Wealth beyond the dreams of avarice lay there at the disposal of whoever should find the means to reach it, and sooner or later the tomb robber was bound to win through. For a few generations under the powerful kings of the 18th and 19th centuries, the valley tombs must have been reasonably secure. Plundering on a big scale would be impossible without the connivance of the officials concerned. In the 20th dynasty it was quite another story. There were weaklings on the throne, a fact of which the official classes, as ever, were quick to take advantage. Cemetery guardians became lax and venial, and a regular orgy of grave robbing seems to have set in. This is a fact of which we have actual first-hand evidence, for there have come down to us, dating from the reign of Ramesses IX, a series of papyri dealing with this very subject, with reports of investigations into charges of tomb robbery and accounts of the trial of the criminals concerned. They are extraordinarily interesting documents. We get from them, in addition to very valuable information about the tombs, something which Egyptian documents as a rule singularly lack, a story with a real human element in it, and we are enabled to see right into the minds of a group of officials who lived in Thebes 3,000 years ago. The leading characters in the story are three: Kamwiz, the vizier or governor of the district; Pesar, the mayor of that part of the city which lay on the east bank; and Pharaoh, the mayor of the western side, ex officio guardian of the necropolis. The two latter were evidently, one might say naturally, on bad terms. Each was jealous of the other. Consequently, Pesar was not ill-pleased to receive one day reports of tomb plundering on an extensive scale that was going on the western bank. Here was a chance to get his rival into trouble, so he hastened to report the matter to the vizier, giving, somewhat foolishly, exact figures as to the tombs which had been entered: 10 royal tombs, 4 tombs of the priestesses of Amun, and a long list of private tombs. On the following day, Kamwiz sent a party of officials across the river to confer with Pharaoh and to investigate the charges. The results of their investigations were as follows. Of the 10 royal tombs, one was found to have been actually broken into, and attempts had been made on 2 of the others. Of the priestesses' tombs, 2 were pillaged and 2 were intact. The private tombs had all been plundered. These facts were hailed by Pharaoh as a complete vindication of his administration, an opinion which the vizier apparently endorsed. The plundering of the private tombs was cynically admitted, but what of that? To people of our class, what do the tombs of private individuals matter? Of the 4 priestesses' tombs, 2 were plundered and 2 were not. Balance the one against the other, and what cause has anyone to grumble? Of the 10 royal tombs mentioned by Pesar, only 1 had actually been entered, only 1 out of 10, so clearly his whole story was a tissue of lies. Thus, Pharaoh, on the principle, apparently, that if you are accused of 10 murders and are only found guilty of 1, you leave the court without a stain on your character. As a celebration of his triumph, Pharaoh collected next day the inspectors, the necropolis administrators, the workmen, the police, and all the laborers of the necropolis, and sent them as a body to the east side, with instructions to make a triumphant parade throughout the town generally, but particularly in the neighborhood of Pesar's house. You may be sure they carried out this latter part of their instructions quite faithfully. Pézère bore it as long as he could, but at last his feelings got too much for him, and in an altercation with one of the Western officials he announced his intention, in front of witnesses, of reporting the whole matter to the king himself. This was a fatal error, of which his rival was quick to take advantage. In a letter to the vizier he accused the unfortunate Pézère, first of questioning the good faith of a commission appointed by his direct superior, and secondly of going over the head of that superior and stating his case directly to the king, a proceeding at which the virtuous Pharaoh threw up his hands in horror, as contrary to all custom and subversive of all discipline. This was the end of Pézère. The offended vizier summoned a court in which the unhappy man, as a judge, was bound himself to sit, and in it he was tried for perjury and found guilty. That in brief is the story. It is told at full length in Volume 4, paragraph 499 and follows of Breasted's Ancient Records of Egypt. It is tolerably clear from it that both the mayor and the vizier were themselves implicated in the robberies in question. The investigation they made was evidently a blind, for within a year or two of these proceedings we find other cases of tomb robbing cropping up in the court records, and at least one of the tombs in question occurs in Pézère's original list. The leading spirits in this company of cemetery thieves seem to have been a gang of 8 men, 5 of whose names have come down to us: the stone-cutter Hapi, the artisan Iramen, the peasant Amunemheb, the water-carrier Kemwis, and the negro slave Ehenefer. They were eventually apprehended on the charge of having desecrated the royal tomb referred to in the investigation, and we have a full account of their trial. It began, according to custom, by beating the prisoners with a double rod, smiting their feet and their hands, to assist their memories. Under this stimulus they made full confession. The opening sentences in the confession are mutilated in the text, but they evidently describe how the thieves tunneled through the rock to the burial chamber, and found the king and queen in their sarcophagi. We penetrated them all, we found her resting likewise. The text goes on, quote, "We opened their coffins and their coverings in which they were. We found the august mummy of this king. There was a numerous list of amulets and ornaments of gold at his throat. Its head had a mask of gold upon it. The august mummy of this king was overlaid with gold throughout. Its coverings were wrought with gold and silver, within and without, inlaid with every costly stone. We stripped off the gold which we found on the august mummy of this god, and its amulets and ornaments which were at its throat, and the covering wherein it rested. We found the king's wife likewise. We stripped off all that we found on her likewise. We set fire to their coverings. We stole their furniture, which we found with them, being vases of gold, silver, and bronze. We divided and made the gold which we found on these 2 gods, on their mummies, and the amulets, ornaments, and coverings, into 8 parts." On this confession they were found guilty, and removed to the house of detention, until such time as the king himself might determine their punishment. In spite of this trial, and a number of others of similar character, matters in the valley went rapidly from bad to worse. The tombs of Amunhetep III, Seti I, and Ramesses II are mentioned in the court records as having been broken into, and in the following dynasty all attempts at guarding the tombs seem to have been abandoned, and we find the royal mummies being moved about from sepulchre to sepulchre in a desperate effort to preserve them. Ramesses III, for instance, was disturbed and reburied 3 times at least in this dynasty, and other kings known to have been transferred include Ahmes, Amunhetep I, Thothmes II, and even Ramesses the Great himself. In this last case the docket states, "Year 17, 3rd month of the 2nd season, day 6, day of bringing Osiris, King Usamare-Setepnere Ramesses II, to bury him again in the tomb of Osiris, King Menma-Re-Seti I, by the high priest of Amun, Panesem. A reign or two later we find Seti I and Ramesses II being moved from this tomb and reburied in the tomb of Queen In-Hapi, and in the same reign we get a reference to the tomb we have been using as our laboratory this year. Day of bringing King Men-Pechti-Re, Ramesses I, out from the tomb of King Menma-Re-Seti II, in order to bring him into the tomb of In-Hapi, which is in the Great Place, wherein King Amun-hetep rests. No fewer than 13 of the royal mummies found their way at one time or another to the tomb of Amun-hetep II, and here they were allowed to remain. The other kings were eventually collected from their various hiding places, taken out of the valley altogether, and placed in a well-hidden tomb cut in the Deir el-Bahari cliff. This was the final move, for by some accident the exact locality of the tomb was lost, and the mummies remained in peace for nearly 3,000 years. Throughout all these troublous times in the 20th and 21st dynasties, there is no mention of Tutankhamun and his tomb. He had not escaped altogether, his tomb, as we have already noted, having been entered within a very few years of his death, but he was lucky enough to escape the ruthless plundering of the later period. For some reason his tomb had been overlooked. It was situated in a very low-lying part of the valley, and a heavy rainstorm might well have washed away all trace of its entrance. Or again, it may owe its safety to the fact that a number of huts, for the use of workmen who were employed in excavating the tomb of a later king, were built immediately above it. With the passing of the mummies, the history of the valley, as known to us from ancient Egyptian sources, comes to an end. 500 years had passed since Thothmes I had constructed his modest little tomb there, and, surely in the whole world's history, there is no small plot of ground that had 500 years of more romantic story to record. From now on we are to imagine a deserted valley, spirit-haunted, doubtless, to the Egyptian, its cavernous galleries plundered and empty, the entrances of many of them open, to become the home of fox, desert owl, or colonies of bats. Yet, plundered, deserted, and desolate as were its tombs, the romance of it was not yet wholly gone. It still remained the sacred valley of the kings, and crowds of the sentimental and the curious must still have gone to visit it. Some of its tombs, indeed, were actually reused in the time of Osorkon I, about 900 BC, for the burial of priestesses. References to its rock-hewn passages are numerous in classical authors, and that many of them were still accessible to visitors in their day is evident from the reprehensible manner in which, like John Smith, 1878, they carved their names upon the walls. A certain Philetyros, son of Ammonius, who inscribed his name in several places on the walls of the tomb in which we had our lunch, intrigued me not a little during the winter, though perhaps it would have been better not to mention the fact, lest I seem to countenance the beastly habits of the John Smiths. One final picture, before the mist of the Middle Ages settles down upon the valley and hides it from our view. There is something about the atmosphere of Egypt, most people experience it, I think, that attunes one's mind to solitude, and that is probably one of the reasons why, after the conversion of the country to Christianity, so many of its inhabitants turned with enthusiasm to the hermit's life. The country itself, with its equable climate, its narrow strip of cultivable land, and its desert hills on either side, honeycombed with natural and artificial caverns, was well adapted to such a purpose. Shelter and seclusion were readily obtainable, and that within easy reach of the outer world and the ordinary means of subsistence. In the early centuries of the Christian era, there must have been thousands who forsook the world and adopted the contemplative life, and in the rock-cut sepulchres upon the desert hills we find their traces everywhere. Such an ideal spot as the Valley of the Kings could hardly pass unnoticed, and in the 2nd to 4th centuries A.D. we find a colony of anchorites in full possession, the open tombs in use as cells, and one transformed into a church. This, then, is our final glimpse of the valley in ancient times, and a strange incongruous picture it presents. Magnificence and royal pride have been replaced by humble poverty. The precious habitation of the king has narrowed to a hermit's cell. Chapter 3. The Valley in Modern Times. For our first real description of the valley in modern times, we must turn to the pages of Richard Pocock, an English traveller who in 1743 published A Description of the East in several volumes. His account is extremely interesting and, considering the hurried nature of his visit, extraordinarily accurate. Here is his description of the approach to the valley. Quote, "The sheikh furnished me with horses, and we set out to go to Biban el Meluk, and went about a mile to the north, in a sort of street, on each side of which the rocky ground about 10 feet high has rooms cut into it, some of them being supported with pillars; and, as there is not the least sign in the plain of private buildings, I thought that these in the very earliest times might serve as houses, and be the first invention after tents, and contrived as better shelter from wind and cold of the nights. It is a sort of gravelly stone, and the doors are cut regularly to the street." Footnote: They certainly have the appearance of houses, but actually they are facade tombs of the Middle Kingdom. End footnote. We then turned to the northwest, entered in between the high rocky hills, and went in a very narrow valley. We after turned towards the south, and then to the northwest, going in all between the mountains about a mile or a mile and a half. We came to a part that is wider, being a round opening like an amphitheatre, and ascended by a narrow step passage about 10 feet high, which seems to have been broken down through the rock, the ancient passage being probably from the Memonium under the hills, and it may be from the grottos I entered on the other side. By this passage we came to Biban el Meluk, or Bab el Maluk, that is, the gate or court of the kings, being the sepulchres of the kings of Thebes. End quote. The tradition of a secret passage through the hills to the Deir el-Bahari side of the cliff is still to be found among the natives, and to the present day there are archeologists who subscribe to it. There is, however, little or no basis for the theory, and certainly not a vestige of proof. Pocock then goes on to an account of such of the tombs as were accessible at the time of his visit. He mentions 14 in all, and most of them are recognizable from his description. Of 5 of them, those of Ramesses IV, Ramesses VI, Ramesses XII, Seti II, and the tomb commenced by Ta-Uzert and finished by Set-Necht, he gives the entire plan. In the case of 4, Meren-Ptah, Ramesses III, Amenmeses, and Ramesses XI, he only planned the outer galleries and chambers, the inner chambers evidently being inaccessible, and the remaining 5 he speaks of as stopped up. Footnote: From the evidence of graffiti, these same tombs were open in classical times. The Greek authors refer to them as syringes from their reed-like form. End footnote. It is evident from Pocock's native that he was not able to devote as much time to his visit as he would have liked. The valley was not a safe spot to linger in, for the pious anchorite we left in possession had given place to a horde of bandits, who dwelt among the Kurna hills, and terrorized the whole countryside. The sheikh also was in haste to go, he remarks, being afraid, as I imagine, lest the people should have opportunity to gather together if we stayed out long. These Theban bandits were notorious, and we find frequent mention of them in the tales of 18th century travelers. Norden, who visited Thebes in 1737, but who never got nearer the valley than the Ramesseum, he seems to have thought himself lucky to have got so far, describes them thus. Quote, "These people occupy, at present, the grottos which are seen in great numbers in the neighboring mountains. They obey no one. They are lodged so high that they discover at a distance if any one comes to attack them. Then, if they think themselves strong enough, they descend into the plain to dispute the ground. If not, they keep themselves under shelter in their grottos, or they retire deeper into the mountains, whither you would have no great desire to follow them." End quote. Bruce, who visited the valley in 1769, also suffered at the hands of these bandits, and puts on record a somewhat drastic but fruitless attempt made by one of the native governors to curb their activities. Quote, "A number of robbers, who much resemble our gypsies, live in the holes of the mountains above Thebes. They are all outlaws, punished with death if elsewhere found. Osman Bey, an ancient governor of Gargi, unable to suffer any longer the disorders committed by these people, ordered a quantity of dried faggots to be brought together, and with his soldiers took possession of the face of the mountain, where the greatest number of these wretches were. He then ordered all their caves to be filled with this dry brushwood, to which he set fire, so that most of them were destroyed, but they have since recruited their numbers without changing their manners." End quote. In the course of this visit, Bruce made copies of the figures of harpers in the tomb of Rameses III, a tomb which still goes by his name, but his labors were brought to an abrupt conclusion. Finding that it was his intention to spend the night in the tomb and continue his researches in the morning, his guides were seized with terror. With great clamor and marks of discontent they dashed their torches against the largest harp, and made the best of their way out of the cave, leaving me and my people in the dark, and all the way as they went they made dreadful denunciations of tragical events that were immediately to follow upon their departure from the cave. That their terror was genuine and not ill-founded, Bruce was soon to discover, for as he rode down the valley in the gathering darkness, he was attacked by a party of the bandits who lay in wait for him, and hurled stones at him from the side of the cliff. With the aid of his gun and his servant's blunderbuss he managed to beat them off, but, on arriving at his boat, he thought it prudent to cast off at once, and made no attempt to repeat his visit. Nor did even the magic of Napoleon's name suffice to curb the arrogance of these Theban bandits, for the members of his scientific commission who visited Thebes in the last days of the century were molested and even fired upon. They succeeded, however, in making a complete survey of all the tombs then open, and also carried out a small amount of excavation. Let us pass on now to 1815, and make the acquaintance of one of the most remarkable men in the whole history of Egyptology. In the early years of the century, a young Italian giant, Belzoni by name, was earning a precarious income in England by performing feats of strength at fairs and circuses. Born in Padua, of a respectable family of Roman extraction, he had been intended for the priesthood, but a roving disposition, combined with the internal troubles in Italy at that period, had driven him to seek his fortune abroad. We happened recently upon a reference to him in his pre-Egyptian days, in one of Rainy Day Smith's books of reminiscences, where the author describes how he was carried round the stage, with a group of other people, by the strong man Belzoni. In the intervals of circus work, Belzoni seems to have studied engineering, and in 1815 he thought he saw a chance of making his fortune by introducing into Egypt a hydraulic wheel, which would, he claimed, do 4 times the work of the ordinary native appliance. With this in view, he made his way to Egypt, contrived an introduction to Mohammed Ali, the Bashaw, and in the garden of the palace actually set up his wheel. According to Belzoni, it was a great success, but the Egyptians refused to have anything to do with it, and he found himself stranded in Egypt. Then, through the traveler Burckhardt, he got an introduction to Salt, the British consul general in Egypt, and contracted with him to bring the colossal Memnion bust, Ramesses II, now in the British Museum, from Luxor to Alexandria. This was in 1815, and the next 5 years he spent in Egypt, excavating and collecting antiquities, first for Salt and afterwards on his own account, and quarreling with rival excavators, notably Drovetti, who represented the French consul. Those were the great days of excavating. Anything to which a fancy was taken, from a scarab to an obelisk, was just appropriated, and if there was a difference of opinion with a brother excavator, one laid for him with a gun. Belzoni's account of his experiences in Egypt, published in 1820, is one of the most fascinating books in the whole of Egyptian literature, and I should like to quote from it at length, how, for instance, he dropped an obelisk in the Nile and fished it out again, and the full story of his various squabbles. We must confine ourselves, however, to his actual work in the valley. Here he discovered and cleared a number of tombs, including those of I, Mentu-Her-Kepesh F, Ramesses I, and Seti I. In the last named he found the magnificent alabaster sarcophagus, which is now in the Soane Museum in London. This was the first occasion on which excavations on a large scale had ever been made in the valley, and we must give Belzoni full credit for the manner in which they were carried out. There are episodes which give the modern excavator rather a shock, as, for example, when he describes his method of dealing with sealed doorways, by means of a battering ram, but on the whole the work was extraordinarily good. It is perhaps worth recording the fact that Belzoni, like everyone else who has ever dug in the valley, was of the opinion that he had absolutely exhausted its possibilities. "It is my firm opinion," he states, "that in the valley of Beban el Malouk there are no more tombs than are now known, in consequence of my late discoveries, for, previously to my quitting that place, I exerted all my humble abilities in endeavoring to find another tomb, but could not succeed; and what is a still greater proof, independent of my own researches, after I quitted the place, Mr. Salt, the British consul, resided there 4 months and labored in like manner in vain to find another." In 1820 Belzoni returned to England and gave an exhibition of his treasures, including the alabaster sarcophagus and a model of the tomb of Seti, in a building which had been erected in Piccadilly in 1812, a building which many of us can still remember, the Egyptian Hall. He never returned to Egypt, but died a few years later on an expedition to Timbuktu. For 20 years after Belzoni's day, the valley was well exploited, and published records come thick and fast. We shall not have space here to do more than mention a few of the names: Salt, Champollion, Burton, Hay, Head, Rossellini, Wilkinson, who numbered the tombs, Rawlinson, Rhind. In 1844 the great German expedition under Lepsius made a complete survey of the valley, and cleared the tomb of Ramesses II and part of the tomb of Meren Ptah. Hereafter comes a gap. The German expedition was supposed to have exhausted the possibilities, and nothing more of any consequence was done in the valley until the very end of the century. In this period, however, just outside the valley, there occurred one of the most important events in the whole of its history. In the preceding chapter we told how the various royal mummies were collected from their hiding places and deposited all together in a rock cleft at Deir el-Bahari. There for nearly 3,000 years they had rested, and there, in the summer of 1875, they were found by the members of a Kurna family, the Abd el-Rasuls. It was in the 13th century B.C. that the inhabitants of this village first adopted the trade of tomb robbing, and it is a trade that they have adhered to steadfastly ever since. Their activities are curbed at the present day, but they still search on the sly in out-of-the-way corners, and occasionally make a rich strike. On this occasion the find was too big to handle. It was obviously impossible to clear the tomb of its contents, so the whole family was sworn to secrecy, and its heads determined to leave the find where it was, and to draw on it from time to time as they needed money. Incredible as it may seem, the secret was kept for 6 years, and the family, with a banking account of 40 or more dead pharaohs to draw upon, grew rich. It soon became manifest, from objects which came into the market, that there had been a rich find of royal material somewhere, but it was not until 1881 that it was possible to trace the sale of the objects to the Abd el-Rasul family. Even then it was difficult to prove anything. The head of the family was arrested and subjected by the Mudir of Kene, the notorious Daoud Pasha, whose methods of administering justice were, unorthodox but effectual, to an examination. Naturally he denied the charge, and equally naturally the village of Kurna rose as one man and protested that in a strictly honest community the Abd el-Rasul family were of all men the most honest. He was released provisionally for lack of evidence, but his interview with Daoud seems to have shaken him. Interviews with Daoud usually did have that effect. One of our older workmen told us once of an experience of his in his younger days. He had been by trade a thief, and in the exercise of his calling had been apprehended and brought before the Mudir. It was a hot day, and his nerves were shaken right at the start by finding the Mudir taking his ease in a large earthenware jar of water. From this unconventional seat of justice Daoud had looked at him, just looked at him, and as his eyes went through me I felt my bones turning to water within me. Then very quietly he said to me, "This is the first time you have appeared before me. You are dismissed, but be very, very careful that you do not appear a second time." And I was so terrified that I changed my trade and never did. Some effect of this sort must have been produced on the Abd el-Rasul family, for a month later one of its members went to the Mudir and made full confession. News was telegraphed at once to Cairo. Emil Brugsch Bey of the museum was sent up to investigate and take charge, and on the 5th of July 1881 the long-kept secret was revealed to him. It must have been an amazing experience. There, huddled together in a shallow, ill-cut grave, lay the most powerful monarchs of the ancient East, kings whose names were familiar to the whole world, but whom no one in their wildest moments had ever dreamt of seeing. There they had remained, where the priests in secrecy had hurriedly brought them that dark night 3,000 years ago, and on their coffins and mummies, neatly docketed, were the records of their journeyings from one hiding place to another. Some had been rewrapped, and 2 or 3 in the course of their many wanderings had contrived to change their coffins. In 48 hours, we don't do things quite so hastily nowadays, the tomb was cleared, the kings were embarked upon the museum barge, and within 15 days of Brugsch Bey's arrival in Luxor, they were landed in Cairo and were deposited in the museum. It is a familiar story, but worth repeating, that as the barge made its way down the river, the men of the neighboring villages fired guns as for a funeral, while the women followed along the bank, tearing their hair and uttering that shrill quavering cry of mourning for the dead, a cry that has doubtless come right down from the days of the pharaohs themselves. To return to the valley. In 1898, acting on information supplied by local officials, M. Lauré, then Director General of the Service of Antiquities, opened up several new royal tombs, including those of Thotmes I, Thothmes III, and Amenhotep II. This last was a very important discovery. We have already stated that in the 21st dynasty 13 royal mummies had found sanctuary in this Amenhotep's tomb, and here in 1898 the 13 were found. It was but their mummies that remained. The wealth, which in their power they had lavished on their funerals, had long since vanished, but at least they had been spared the last indignity. The tomb had been entered, it is true, it had been robbed, and the greater part of the funeral equipment had been plundered and broken, but it had escaped the wholesale destruction that the other royal tombs had undergone, and the mummies remained intact. The body of Amenhotep himself still lay within its own sarcophagus, where it had rested for more than 3,000 years. Very rightly the government, at the representation of Sir William Garstin, decided against its removal. The tomb was barred and bolted, a guard was placed upon it, and there the king was left in peace. Unfortunately, there is a sequel to this story. Within a year or two of the discovery, the tomb was broken into by a party of modern tomb robbers, doubtless with the connivance of the guard, and the mummy was removed from its sarcophagus and searched for treasure. The thieves were subsequently tracked down by the Chief Inspector of Antiquities and arrested, although he was unable to secure their conviction at the hands of the native court. The whole proceedings, as set forth in the official report, remind one very forcibly of the records of ancient tomb robbery described in the preceding chapter, and we are forced to the conclusion that in many ways the Egyptian of the present day differs little from his ancestor in the reign of Ramesses IX. One moral we can draw from this episode, and we commend it to the critics who call us vandals for taking objects from the tombs. By removing antiquities to museums, we are really assuring their safety. Left in situ, they would inevitably, sooner or later, become the prey of thieves, and that, for all practical purposes, would be the end of them. In 1902, permission to dig in the valley under government supervision was granted to an American, Mr. Theodore Davis, and he subsequently excavated there for 12 consecutive seasons. His principal finds are known to most of us. They include the tombs of Thothmes IV, Hatshepsut, Sib-Ta, Yua, and Thua, great-grandfather and grandmother these of Tutankhamun's queen, Horemheb, and a vault, not a real tomb, devised for the transfer of the burial of Akhenaten from its original tomb at Tel el Amarna. This cache comprised the mummy and coffin of the heretic king, a very small part of his funerary equipment, and portions of the sepulchral shrine of his mother Tayi. In 1914, Mr. Davis's concession reverted to us, and the story of the tomb of Tutankhamun really begins. Chapter 4. Our Prefatory Work at Thebes. Ever since my first visit to Egypt in 1890, it had been my ambition to dig in the valley, and when, at the invitation of Sir William Garstin and Sir Gaston Maspero, I began to excavate for Lord Carnarvon in 1907, it was our joint hope that eventually we might be able to get a concession there. I had, as a matter of fact, when Inspector of the Antiquities Department, found and superintended the clearing off 2 tombs in the valley for Mr. Theodore Davis, and this had made me the more anxious to work there under a regular concession. For the moment it was impossible, and for 7 years we dug with varying fortune in other parts of the Theban necropolis. The results of the first 5 of these years have been published in 5 Years' Explorations at Thebes, a joint volume brought out by Lord Carnarvon and myself in 1912. In 1914, our discovery of the tomb of Amun-hetep I on the summit of the Dra Abul Nega foothills once more turned our attention valleywards, and we awaited our chance with some impatience. Mr. Theodore Davis, who still held the concession, had already published the fact that he considered the valley exhausted, and that there were no more tombs to be found, a statement corroborated by the fact that in his last 2 seasons he did very little work in the valley proper, but spent most of his time excavating in the approach thereto, in the neighboring North Valley, where he hoped to find the tombs of the priest kings and of the 18th dynasty queens, and in the mounds surrounding the temple of Medinet Habu. Nevertheless, he was loath to give up the site, and it was not until June 1914 that we actually received the long-coveted concession. Sir Gaston Maspero, director of the Antiquities Department, who signed our concession, agreed with Mr. Davis that the site was exhausted, and told us frankly that he did not consider that it would repay further investigation. We remembered, however, that nearly 100 years earlier Belzoni had made a similar claim and refused to be convinced. We had made a thorough investigation of the site, and were quite sure that there were areas, covered by the dumps of previous excavators, which had never been properly examined. Clearly enough we saw that very heavy work lay before us, and that many thousands of tons of surface debris would have to be removed before we could hope to find anything, but there was always the chance that a tomb might reward us in the end, and, even if there was nothing else to go upon, it was a chance that we were quite willing to take. As a matter of fact, we had something more, and, at the risk of being accused of post-actum prescience, I will state that we had definite hopes of finding the tomb of one particular king, and that king Tutankhamun. To explain the reasons for this belief of ours, we must turn to the published pages of Mr. Davis's excavations. Towards the end of his work in the valley he had found, hidden under a rock, a faience cup which bore the name of Tutankhamun. In the same region he came upon a small pit tomb, in which were found an unnamed alabaster statuette, possibly of Ai, and a broken wooden box, in which were fragments of gold foil, bearing the figures and names of Tutankhamun and his queen. On the basis of these fragments of gold he claimed that he had actually found the burial place of Tutankhamun. The theory was quite untenable, for the pit tomb in question was small and insignificant, of a type that might very well belong to a member of the royal household in the Ramesside period, but ludicrously inadequate for a king's burial in the 18th dynasty. Obviously, the royal material found in it had been placed there at some later period, and had nothing to do with the tomb itself. Some little distance eastward from this tomb he had also found in one of his earlier years of work, 1907–8, buried in an irregular hole cut in the side of the rock, a cache of large pottery jars, with sealed mouths and hieratic inscriptions upon their shoulders. A cursory examination was made of their contents, and as these seemed to consist merely of broken pottery, bundles of linen, and other oddments, Mr. Davis refused to be interested in them, and they were laid aside and stacked away in the storeroom of his valley house. There, some while afterwards, Mr. Winlock noticed them, and immediately realized their importance. With Mr. Davis's consent, the entire collection of jars was packed and sent to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, and there Mr. Winlock made a thorough examination of their contents. Extraordinarily interesting they proved to be. There were clay seals, some bearing the name of Tutankhamun, and others the impression of the Royal Necropolis seal, fragments of magnificent painted pottery vases, linen head shawls, one inscribed with the latest known date of Tutankhamun's reign, floral collars, of the kind represented as worn by mourners in burial scenes, and a mass of other miscellaneous objects, the whole representing, apparently, the material which had been used during the funeral ceremonies of Tutankhamun, and afterwards gathered together and stacked away within the jars. We had thus three distinct pieces of evidence: the faience cup found beneath the rock, the gold foil from the small pit tomb, and this important cache of funerary material, which seemed definitely to connect Tutankhamun with this particular part of the valley. To these must be added a fourth. It was in the near vicinity of these other finds that Mr. Davis had discovered the famous Akhenaton cache. This contained the funerary remains of heretic royalties, brought hurriedly from Tel el Amarna and hidden here for safety, and that it was Tutankhamun himself who was responsible for their removal and reburial, we can be reasonably sure from the fact that a number of his clay seals were found. With all this evidence before us, we were thoroughly convinced in our own minds that the tomb of Tutankhamun was still to find, and that it ought to be situated not far from the center of the valley. In any case, whether we found Tutankhamun or not, we felt that a systematic and exhaustive search of the inner valley presented reasonable chances of success, and we were in the act of completing our plans for an elaborate campaign in the season of 1914–15, when war broke out, and for the time being all our plans have to be left in abeyance. War work claimed most of my time for the next few years, but there were occasional intervals in which I was able to carry out small pieces of excavation. In February 1915, for example, I made a complete clearance of the interior of the tomb of Amun-hetep III, partially excavated in 1799 by M. Devilliers, one of the members of Napoleon's Commission d'Egypte, and re-excavated later by Mr. Theodore Davis. In the course of this work we made the interesting discovery, from the evidence of intact foundation deposits outside the entrance, and from other material found within the tomb, that it had been originally designed by Thothmes IV, and that Queen Taiyi had actually been buried there. The following year, while on a short holiday at Luxor, I found myself involved quite unexpectedly in another piece of work. The absence of officials owing to the war, to say nothing of the general demoralization caused by the war itself, had naturally created a great revival of activity on the part of the local native tomb robbers, and prospecting parties were out in all directions. News came into the village one afternoon that a find had been made in a lonely and unfrequented region on the western side of the mountain above the Valley of the Kings. Immediately a rival party of diggers armed themselves and made their way to the spot, and in the lively engagement that ensued, the original party were beaten and driven off, vowing vengeance. To avert further trouble, the notables of the village came to me and asked me to take action. It was already late in the afternoon, so I hastily collected the few of my workmen who had escaped the army labor levies, and with the necessary materials set out for the scene of action, an expedition involving a climb of more than 1,800 feet over the Kurna hills by moonlight. It was midnight when we arrived on the scene, and the guide pointed out to me the end of a rope which dangled sheer down the face of a cliff. Listening, we could hear the robbers actually at work, so I first severed their rope, thereby cutting off their means of escape, and then, making secure a good stout rope of my own, I lowered myself down the cliff. Shinning down a rope at midnight into a nestful of industrious tomb robbers is a pastime which at least does not lack excitement. There were 8 at work, and when I reached the bottom there was an awkward moment or two. I gave them the alternative of clearing out by means of my rope, or else of staying where they were without a rope at all, and eventually they saw reason and departed. The rest of the night I spent on the spot, and, as soon as it was light enough, climbed down into the tomb again to make a thorough investigation. The tomb was in a most remarkable situation. Its entrance was contrived in the bottom of a natural water-worn cleft, 130 feet from the top of the cliff, and 220 feet above the valley bed, and so cunningly concealed that neither from the top nor the bottom could the slightest trace of it be seen. From the entrance, a lateral passage ran straight into the face of the cliff, a distance of some 55 feet, after which it turned at right angles, and a short passage, cut on a sharp slope, led down into a chamber about 18 feet square. The whole place was full of rubbish from top to bottom, and through this rubbish the robbers had burrowed a tunnel over 90 feet long, just big enough for a man to crawl through. It was an interesting discovery, and might turn out to be very important, so I determined to make a complete clearance. 20 days it took, working night and day with relays of workmen, and an extraordinarily difficult job it proved. The method of gaining access to the tomb by means of a rope from the top was unsatisfactory, for it was not a very safe proceeding at best, and it necessitated, moreover, a stiff climb from the valley. Obviously, means of access from the valley bottom would be preferable, and this we contrived by erecting shears at the entrance to the tomb, so that by a running tackle we could pull ourselves up or let ourselves down. It was not a very comfortable operation even then, and I personally always made the descent in a net. Excitement among the workmen ruled high as the work progressed, for surely a place so well concealed must contain a wonderful treasure, and great was their disappointment when it proved that the tomb had neither been finished nor occupied. The only thing of value it contained was a large sarcophagus of crystalline sandstone, like the tomb, unfinished, with inscriptions which showed it to have been intended for Queen Hatshepsut. Presumably this masterful lady had had the tomb constructed for herself as wife of King Thothmes II. Later, when she seized the throne and ruled actually as a king, it was clearly necessary for her to have her tomb in the valley like all the other kings. As a matter of fact, I found it there myself in 1903, and the present tomb was abandoned. She would have been better advised to hold to her original plan. In this secret spot her mummy would have had a reasonable chance of avoiding disturbance. In the valley it had none. A king she would be, and a king's fate she shared. In the autumn of 1917 our real campaign in the valley opened. The difficulty was to know where to begin, for mountains of rubbish thrown out by previous excavators encumbered the ground in all directions, and no sort of record had ever been kept as to which areas had been properly excavated and which had not. Clearly the only satisfactory thing to do was to dig systematically right down to bedrock, and I suggested to Lord Carnarvon that we take as a starting point the triangle of ground defined by the tombs of Ramesses II, Meren-Ptah, and Ramesses VI, an area in which we hoped the tomb of Tutankhamun might be situated. It was rather a desperate undertaking, the site being piled high with enormous heaps of thrown-out rubbish, but I had reason to believe that the ground beneath had never been touched, and a strong conviction that we should find a tomb there. In the course of the season's work we cleared a considerable part of the upper layers of this area, and advanced our excavations right up to the foot of the tomb of Ramesses VI. Here we came on a series of workmen's huts, built over masses of flint boulders, the latter usually indicating in the valley the near proximity of a tomb. Our natural impulse was to enlarge our clearing in this direction, but by doing this we should have cut off all access to the tomb of Ramesses above, to visitors one of the most popular tombs in the whole valley. We determined to await a more convenient opportunity. So far, the only results from our work were some ostraka, interesting but not exciting. We resumed our work in this region in the season of 1990-20. Our first need was to break fresh ground for a dump, and in the course of this preliminary work we lighted on some small deposits of Ramesses IV near the entrance to his tomb. The idea this year was to clear the whole of the remaining part of the triangle already mentioned, so we started in with a fairly large gang of workmen. By the time Lord and Lady Carnarvon arrived in March, the whole of the top debris had been removed, and we were ready to clear down into what we believed to be virgin ground below. We soon had proof that we were right, for we presently came upon a small cache containing 13 alabaster jars, bearing the names of Ramesses II and Merem Ptah, probably from the tomb of the latter. As this was the nearest approach to a real find that we had yet made in the valley, we were naturally somewhat excited, and Lady Carnarvon, I remember, insisted on digging out these jars, beautiful specimens they were, with her own hands. With the exception of the ground covered by the workmen's huts, we had now exhausted the whole of our triangular area, and had found no tomb. I was still hopeful, but we decided to leave this particular section until, by making a very early start in the autumn, we could accomplish it without causing inconvenience to visitors. For our next attempt we selected the small lateral valley in which the tomb of Thothmes III was situated. This occupied us throughout the whole of the 2 following seasons, and, though nothing intrinsically valuable was found, we discovered an interesting archaeological fact. The actual tomb in which Thothmes III was buried had been found by Loret in 1898, hidden in a cleft in an inaccessible spot some way up the face of the cliff. Excavating in the valley below, we came upon the beginning of a tomb, by its foundation deposits originally intended for the same king. Presumably, while the work on this low-level tomb was in progress, it occurred to Thothmes, or to his architect, that the cleft in the rock above was a better site. It certainly presented better chances of concealment, if that were the reason for the change, though probably the more plausible explanation would be that one of the torrential downpours of rain which visit Luxor occasionally may have flooded out the lower tomb, and suggested to Thothmes that his mummy would have a more comfortable resting place on a higher level. Nearby, at the entrance to another abandoned tomb, we came upon foundation deposits of his wife, Mary Dre Hatshepsut, sister of the great queen of that name. Whether we are to infer that she was buried there is a moot point, for it would be contrary to all custom to find a queen in the valley. In any case, the tomb was afterwards appropriated by the Theban official Sen-Nefer. We had now dug in the valley for several seasons with extremely scanty results, and it became a much debated question whether we should continue the work or try for a more profitable site elsewhere. After these barren years, were we justified in going on with it? My own feeling was that so long as a single area of untouched ground remained, the risk was worth taking. It is true that you may find less in more time in the valley than in any other site in Egypt, but, on the other hand, if a lucky strike be made, you will be repaid for years and years of dull and unprofitable work. There was still, moreover, the combination of flint boulders and workmen's huts at the foot of the tomb of Ramesses VI to be investigated, and I had always had a kind of superstitious feeling that in that particular corner of the valley one of the missing kings, possibly Tutankhamun, might be found. Certainly the stratification of the debris there should indicate a tomb. Eventually we decided to devote a final season to the valley, and, by making an early start, to cut off access to the tomb of Ramesses VI, if that should prove necessary, at a time when it would cause least inconvenience to visitors. That brings us to the present season, and the results that are known to everyone. Chapter 5. The Finding of the Tomb. The history of the valley, as I have endeavored to show in former chapters, has never lacked the dramatic element, and in this, the latest episode, it has held to its traditions. For consider the circumstances. This was to be our final season in the valley. 6 full seasons we had excavated there, and season after season had drawn a blank. We had worked for months at a stretch and found nothing, and only an excavator knows how desperately depressing that can be. We had almost made up our minds that we were beaten, and were preparing to leave the valley and try our luck elsewhere. And then, hardly had we set hoe to ground in our last despairing effort, than we made a discovery that far exceeded our wildest dreams. Surely, never before in the whole history of excavation has a full digging season been compressed within the space of 5 days. Let me try and tell the story of it all. It will not be easy, for the dramatic suddenness of the initial discovery left me in a dazed condition, and the months that have followed have been so crowded with incident that I have hardly had time to think. Setting it down on paper will perhaps give me a chance to realize what has happened and all that it means. I arrived in Luxor on October 28th, and by November 1st I had enrolled my workmen and was ready to begin. Our former excavations had stopped short at the northeast corner of the tomb of Ramesses VI, and from this point I started trenching southwards. It will be remembered that in this area there were a number of roughly constructed workmen's huts, used probably by the laborers in the tomb of Ramesses. These huts, built about 3 feet above bedrock, covered the whole area in front of the Ramesside tomb, and continued in a southerly direction to join up with a similar group of huts on the opposite side of the valley, discovered by Davis in connection with his work on the Akhenaton cache. By the evening of November 3rd we had laid bare a sufficient number of these huts for experimental purposes, so, after we had planned and noted them, they were removed, and we were ready to clear away the 3 feet of soil that lay beneath them. Hardly had I arrived on the work next morning, November 4th, than the unusual silence, due to the stoppage of the work, made me realize that something out of the ordinary had happened, and I was greeted by the announcement that a step cut in the rock had been discovered underneath the very first hut to be attacked. This seemed too good to be true, but a short amount of extra clearing revealed the fact that we were actually in the entrance of a steep cut in the rock, some 13 feet below the entrance to the tomb of Ramesses VI, and a similar depth from the present bed level of the valley, Plate 9. The manner of cutting was that of the sunken stairway entrance so common in the valley, and I almost dared to hope that we had found our tomb at last. Work continued feverishly throughout the whole of that day and the morning of the next, but it was not until the afternoon of November 5th that we succeeded in clearing away the masses of rubbish that overlay the cut, and were able to demarcate the upper edges of the stairway on all its 4 sides, Plate 12. It was clear by now beyond any question that we actually had before us the entrance to a tomb, but doubts, born of previous disappointments, persisted in creeping in. There was always the horrible possibility, suggested by our experience in the Thothmes III valley, that the tomb was an unfinished one, never completed and never used. If it had been finished, there was the depressing probability that it had been completely plundered in ancient times. On the other hand, there was just the chance of an untouched or only partially plundered tomb, and it was with ill-suppressed excitement that I watched the descending steps of the staircase, as one by one they came to light. The cutting was excavated in the side of a small hillock, and, as the work progressed, its western edge receded under the slope of the rock until it was, first partially and then completely, roofed in, and became a passage, 10 feet high by 6 feet wide. Work progressed more rapidly now, step succeeded step, and at the level of the 12th, towards sunset, there was disclosed the upper part of a doorway, blocked, plastered, and sealed. A sealed doorway. It was actually true, then. Our years of patient labor were to be rewarded after all, and I think my first feeling was one of congratulation that my faith in the valley had not been unjustified. With excitement growing to fever heat, I searched the seal impressions on the door for evidence of the identity of the owner, but could find no name. The only decipherable ones were those of the well-known royal necropolis seal, the jackal and 9 captives. 2 facts, however, were clear. First, the employment of this royal seal was certain evidence that the tomb had been constructed for a person of very high standing, and second, that the sealed door was entirely screened from above by workmen's huts of the 20th dynasty was sufficiently clear proof that at least from that date it had never been entered. With that for the moment I had to be content. While examining the seals, I noticed, at the top of the doorway, where some of the plaster had fallen away, a heavy wooden lintel. Under this, to assure myself of the method by which the doorway had been blocked, I made a small peephole, just large enough to insert an electric torch, and discovered that the passage beyond the door was filled completely from floor to ceiling with stones and rubble, additional proof this of the care with which the tomb had been protected. It was a thrilling moment for an excavator. Alone, save for my native workmen, I found myself, after years of comparatively unproductive labor, on the threshold of what might prove to be a magnificent discovery. Anything, literally anything, might lie beyond that passage, and it needed all my self-control to keep from breaking down the doorway and investigating then and there. One thing puzzled me, and that was the smallness of the opening in comparison with the ordinary valley tombs. The design was certainly of the 18th dynasty. Could it be the tomb of a noble buried here by royal consent? Was it a royal cache, a hiding place to which a mummy and its equipment had been removed for safety? Or was it actually the tomb of the king for whom I had spent so many years in search? Once more I examined the seal impressions for a clue, but on the part of the door so far laid bare only those of the royal necropolis seal already mentioned were clear enough to read. Had I but known that a few inches lower down there was a perfectly clear and distinct impression of the seal of Tutankhamun, the king I most desired to find, I would have cleared on, had a much better night's rest in consequence, and saved myself nearly 3 weeks of uncertainty. It was late, however, and darkness was already upon us. With some reluctance I reclosed the small hole that I had made, filled in our excavation for protection during the night, selected the most trustworthy of my workmen, themselves almost as excited as I was, to watch all night above the tomb, and so home by moonlight, riding down the valley. Naturally, my wish was to go straight ahead with our clearing to find out the full extent of the discovery, but Lord Carnarvon was in England, and in fairness to him I had to delay matters until he could come. Accordingly, on the morning of November 6th, I sent him the following cable. At last have made wonderful discovery in valley, a magnificent tomb with seals intact, recovered same for your arrival. Congratulations. My next task was to secure the doorway against interference, until such time as it could finally be reopened. This we did by filling our excavation up again to surface level, and rolling on top of it the large flint boulders of which the workmen's huts had been composed. By the evening of the same day, exactly 48 hours after we had discovered the first step of the staircase, this was accomplished. The tomb had vanished. So far as the appearance of the ground was concerned, there never had been any tomb, and I found it hard to persuade myself at times that the whole episode had not been a dream. I was soon to be reassured on this point. News travels fast in Egypt, and within 2 days of the discovery, congratulations, inquiries, and offers of help descended upon me in a steady stream from all directions. It became clear, even at this early stage, that I was in for a job that could not be tackled single-handed, so I wired to Calendar, who had helped me on various previous occasions, asking him, if possible, to join me without delay, and to my relief he arrived on the very next day. On the 8th I had received 2 messages from Lord Carnarvon in answer to my cable, the first of which read, "Possibly come soon," and the second, received a little later, "Propose arrive Alexandria 20th." We had thus nearly a fortnight's grace, and we devoted it to making preparations of various kinds, so that when the time of reopening came we should be able, with the least possible delay, to handle any situation that might arise. On the night of the 18th I went to Cairo for 3 days to meet Lord Carnarvon and make a number of necessary purchases, returning to Luxor on the 21st. On the 23rd Lord Carnarvon arrived in Luxor with his daughter, Lady Evelyn Herbert, his devoted companion in all his Egyptian work, and everything was in hand for the beginning of the 2nd chapter of the discovery of the tomb. Calendar had been busy all day clearing away the upper layer of rubbish, so that by morning we should be able to get into the staircase without any delay. By the afternoon of the 24th the whole staircase was clear, 16 steps in all, plate 13, and we were able to make a proper examination of the sealed doorway. On the lower part the seal impressions were much clearer, and we were able without any difficulty to make out on several of them the name of Tutankhamun, plate 14. This added enormously to the interest of the discovery. If we had found, as seemed almost certain, the tomb of that shadowy monarch, whose tenure of the throne coincided with one of the most interesting periods in the whole of Egyptian history, we should indeed have reason to congratulate ourselves. With heightened interest, if that were possible, we renewed our investigation of the doorway. Here for the first time a disquieting element made its appearance. Now that the whole door was exposed to light, it was possible to discern a fact that had hitherto escaped notice, that there had been 2 successive openings and reclosings of a part of its surface. Furthermore, that the ceiling originally discovered, the jackal and 9 captives, had been applied to the reclosed portions, whereas the ceilings of Tutankhamun covered the untouched part of the doorway, and were therefore those with which the tomb had been originally secured. The tomb then was not absolutely intact, as we had hoped. Plunderers had entered it, and entered it more than once, from the evidence of the huts above, plunderers of a date not later than the reign of Ramesses VI, but that they had not rifled it completely was evident from the fact that it had been resealed. Footnote. From later evidence we found that this resealing could not have taken place later than the reign of Horemheb, i.e. from 10 to 15 years after the burial. End footnote. Then came another puzzle. In the lower strata of rubbish that filled the staircase we found masses of broken potsherds and boxes, the latter bearing the names of Akhenaten, Smenkhare, and Tutankhamun, and, what was much more upsetting, a scarab of Thothmes III, and a fragment with the name of Amenhotep III. Why this mixture of names? The balance of evidence so far would seem to indicate a cache rather than a tomb, and at this stage in the proceedings we inclined more and more to the opinion that we were about to find a miscellaneous collection of objects of the 18th dynasty kings, brought from Tel el Amarna by Tutankhamun and deposited here for safety. So matters stood on the evening of the 24th. On the following day the sealed doorway was to be removed, so Calendar set carpenters to work making a heavy wooden grille to be set up in its place. Mr. Engebach, Chief Inspector of the Antiquities Department, paid us a visit during the afternoon, and witnessed part of the final clearing of rubbish from the doorway. On the morning of the 25th the seal impressions on the doorway were carefully noted and photographed, and then we removed the actual blocking of the door, consisting of rough stones carefully built from floor to lintel, and heavily plastered on their outer faces to take the seal impressions. This disclosed the beginning of a descending passage, not a staircase, the same width as the entrance stairway, and nearly 7 feet high. As I had already discovered from my hole in the doorway, it was filled completely with stone and rubble, probably the chip from its own excavation. This filling, like the doorway, showed distinct signs of more than one opening and reclosing of the tomb, the untouched part consisting of clean white chip mingled with dust, whereas the disturbed part was composed mainly of dark flint. It was clear that an irregular tunnel had been cut through the original filling at the upper corner on the left side, a tunnel corresponding in position with that of the hole in the doorway. As we cleared the passage we found, mixed with the rubble of the lower levels, broken potsherds, jar ceilings, alabaster jars, whole and broken, vases of painted pottery, numerous fragments of smaller articles, and water skins, these last having obviously been used to bring up the water needed for the plastering of the doorways. These were clear evidence of plundering, and we eyed them askance. By night we had cleared a considerable distance down the passage, but as yet saw no sign of second doorway or of chamber. The day following, November 26th, was the day of days, the most wonderful that I have ever lived through, and certainly one whose like I can never hope to see again. Throughout the morning the work of clearing continued, slowly perforce, on account of the delicate objects that were mixed with the filling. Then, in the middle of the afternoon, 30 feet down from the outer door, we came upon a second sealed doorway, almost an exact replica of the first. The seal impressions in this case were less distinct, but still recognizable as those of Tutankhamun and of the royal necropolis. Here again the signs of opening and reclosing were clearly marked upon the plaster. We were firmly convinced by this time that it was a cache that we were about to open, and not a tomb. The arrangement of stairway, entrance passage, and doors reminded us very forcibly of the cache of Akhenaton and Tyee material found in the very near vicinity of the present excavation by Davis, and the fact that Tutankhamun's seals occurred there likewise seemed almost certain proof that we were right in our conjecture. We were soon to know. There lay the sealed doorway, and behind it was the answer to the question. Slowly, desperately slowly, it seemed to us as we watched, the remains of passage debris that encumbered the lower part of the doorway were removed, until at last we had the whole door clear before us. The decisive moment had arrived. With trembling hands I made a tiny breach in the upper left-hand corner. Darkness and blank space, as far as an iron testing rod could reach, showed that whatever lay beyond was empty, and not filled like the passage we had just cleared. Candle tests were applied as a precaution against possible foul gases, and then, widening the hole a little, I inserted the candle and peered in, Lord Carnarvon, Lady Evelyn, and Calendar standing anxiously beside me to hear the verdict. At first I could see nothing, the hot air escaping from the chamber causing the candle flame to flicker, but presently, as my eyes grew accustomed to the light, details of the room within emerged slowly from the mist. Strange animals, statues, and gold, everywhere the glint of gold. For the moment, an eternity it must have seemed to the others standing by, I was struck dumb with amazement, and when Lord Carnarvon, unable to stand the suspense any longer, inquired anxiously, "Can you see anything?" it was all I could do to get out the words, "Yes, wonderful things." Then, widening the hole a little further, so that we both could see, we inserted an electric torch. Chapter 6. A Preliminary Investigation. I suppose most excavators would confess to a feeling of awe, embarrassment almost, when they break into a chamber closed and sealed by pious hands so many centuries ago. For the moment, time as a factor in human life has lost its meaning. 3,000, 4,000 years maybe have passed and gone since human feet last trod the floor on which you stand, and yet, as you note the signs of recent life around you, the half-filled bowl of mortar for the door, the blackened lamp, the finger mark upon the freshly painted surface, the farewell garland dropped upon the threshold, you feel it might have been but yesterday. The very air you breathe, unchanged throughout the centuries, you share with those who laid the mummy to its rest. Time is annihilated by little intimate details such as these, and you feel an intruder. That is perhaps the first and dominant sensation, but others follow thick and fast: the exhilaration of discovery, the fever of suspense, the almost overmastering impulse, born of curiosity, to break down seals and lift the lids of boxes, the thought, pure joy to the investigator, that you are about to add a page to history or solve some problem of research, the strained expectancy, why not confess it, of the treasure-seeker. Did these thoughts actually pass through our minds at the time, or have I imagined them since? I cannot tell. It was the discovery that my memory was blank, and not the mere desire for dramatic chapter ending that occasioned this digression. Surely never before in the whole history of excavation had such an amazing sight been seen as the light of our torch revealed to us. The reader can get some idea of it by reference to the photographs on plates 16 to 20, but these were taken afterwards, when the tomb had been opened and electric light installed. Let him imagine how they appeared to us, as we looked down upon them from our spy-hole in the blocked doorway, casting the beam of light from our torch, the first light that had pierced the darkness of the chamber for 3,000 years, from one group of objects to another, in a vain attempt to interpret the treasure that lay before us. The effect was bewildering, overwhelming. I suppose we had never formulated exactly in our minds just what we had expected or hoped to see, but certainly we had never dreamed of anything like this, a room full, a whole museum full, it seemed, of objects, some familiar, but some the like of which we had never seen, piled one upon another in seemingly endless profusion. Gradually the scene grew clearer, and we could pick out individual objects. First, right opposite to us, we had been conscious of them all the while, but refused to believe in them, were 3 great gilt couches, their sides carved in the form of monstrous animals, curiously attenuated in body, as they had to be to serve their purpose, but with heads of startling realism. Uncanny beasts enough to look upon at any time. Seen as we saw them, their brilliant gilded surfaces picked out of the darkness by our electric torch, as though by limelight, their heads throwing grotesque distorted shadows on the wall behind them, they were almost terrifying. Next, on the right, 2 statues caught and held our attention, 2 life-sized figures of a king in black, facing each other like sentinels, gold-kilted, gold-sandaled, armed with mace and staff, the protective sacred cobra upon their foreheads. These were the dominant objects that caught the eye at first. Between them, around them, piled on top of them, there were countless others, exquisitely painted and inlaid caskets, alabaster vases, some beautifully carved in openwork designs, strange black shrines, from the open door of one a great gilt snake peeping out, bouquets of flowers or leaves, beds, chairs beautifully carved, a golden inlaid throne, a heap of curious white oviform boxes, staves of all shapes and designs, beneath our eyes, on the very threshold of the chamber, a beautiful lotiform cup of translucent alabaster, on the left a confused pile of overturned chariots, glistening with gold and inlay, and peeping from behind them another portrait of a king. Such were some of the objects that lay before us. Whether we noted them all at the time, I cannot say for certain, as our minds were in much too excited and confused a state to register accurately. Presently it dawned upon our bewildered brains that in all this medley of objects before us there was no coffin or trace of mummy, and the much debated question of tomb or cache began to intrigue us afresh. With this question in view, we re-examined the scene before us, and noticed for the first time that between the two black sentinel statues on the right there was another sealed doorway. The explanation gradually dawned upon us. We were but on the threshold of our discovery. What we saw was merely an antechamber. Behind the guarded door there were to be other chambers, possibly a succession of them, and in one of them, beyond any shadow of doubt, in all his magnificent panoply of death, we should find the Pharaoh lying. We had seen enough, and our brains began to reel at the thought of the task in front of us. We reclosed the hole, locked the wooden grille that had been placed upon the first doorway, left our native staff on guard, mounted our donkeys, and rode home down the valley, strangely silent and subdued. It was curious, as we talked things over in the evening, to find how conflicting our ideas were as to what we had seen. Each of us had noted something that the others had not, and it amazed us next day to discover how many and how obvious were the things that we had missed. Naturally, it was the sealed door between the statues that intrigued us most, and we debated far into the night the possibilities of what might lie behind it. A single chamber with the king's sarcophagus? That was the least we might expect. But why one chamber only? Why not a succession of passages and chambers, leading, in true valley style, to an innermost shrine of all, the burial chamber? It might be so, and yet in plan the tomb was quite unlike the others. Visions of chamber after chamber, each crowded with objects like the one we had seen, passed through our minds and left us gasping for breath. Then came the thought of the plunderers again. Had they succeeded in penetrating this third doorway? Seen from a distance it looked absolutely untouched, and, if so, what were our chances of finding the king's mummy intact? I think we slept but little, all of us, that night. Next morning, November 27th, we were early on the field, for there was much to be done. It was essential, before proceeding further with our examination, that we should have some more adequate means of illumination, so Calendar began laying wires to connect us up with the main lighting system of the valley. While this was in preparation, we made careful notes of the seal impressions upon the inner doorway, and then removed its entire blocking. By noon everything was ready, and Lord Carnarvon, Lady Evelyn, Calendar, and I entered the tomb and made a careful inspection of the first chamber, afterwards called the antechamber. The evening before I had written to Mr. Engelbach, the chief inspector of the Antiquities Department, advising him of the progress of clearing, and asking him to come over and make an official inspection. Unfortunately, he was at the moment in Kena on official business, so the local antiquities inspector, Ibrahim Effendi, came in his stead. By the aid of our powerful electric lamps, many things that had been obscure to us on the previous day became clear, and we were able to make a more accurate estimate of the extent of our discovery. Our first objective was naturally the sealed door between the statues, and here a disappointment awaited us. Seen from a distance, it presented all the appearance of an absolutely intact blocking, but close examination revealed the fact that a small breach had been made near the bottom, just wide enough to admit a boy or a slightly built man, and that the hole made had subsequently been filled up and resealed. We were not, then, to be the first. Here, too, the thieves had forestalled us, and it only remained to be seen how much damage they had had the opportunity or the time to effect. Our natural impulse was to break down the door and get to the bottom of the matter at once, but to do so would have entailed serious risk of damage to many of the objects in the antechamber, a risk which we were by no means prepared to face. Nor could we move the objects in question out of the way, for it was imperative that a plan and complete photographic record should be made before anything was touched, and this was a task involving a considerable amount of time, even if we had had sufficient plant available, which we had not, to carry it through immediately. Reluctantly we decided to abandon the opening of this inner sealed door until we had cleared the antechamber of all its contents. By doing this we should not only ensure the complete scientific record of the outer chamber, which it was our duty to make, but should have a clear field for the removal of the door blocking, a ticklish operation at best. Having satisfied to some extent our curiosity about the sealed doorway, we could now turn our attention to the rest of the chamber, and make a more detailed examination of the objects which it contained. It was certainly an astounding experience. Here, packed tightly together in this little chamber, were scores of objects, any one of which would have filled us with excitement under ordinary circumstances, and been considered ample repayment for a full season's work. Some were of types well enough known to us, others were new and strange, and in some cases these were complete and perfect examples of objects whose appearance we had heretofore but guessed at from the evidence of tiny broken fragments found in other royal tombs. Nor was it merely from a point of view of quantity that the find was so amazing. The period to which the tomb belongs is in many respects the most interesting in the whole history of Egyptian art, and we were prepared for beautiful things. What we were not prepared for was the astonishing vitality and animation which characterized certain of the objects. It was a revelation to us of unsuspected possibilities in Egyptian art, and we realized, even in this hasty preliminary survey, that a study of the material would involve a modification, if not a complete revolution, of all our old ideas. That, however, is a matter for the future. We shall get a clearer estimate of exact artistic values when we have cleared the whole tomb and have the complete contents before us. One of the first things we noted in our survey was that all of the larger objects, and most of the smaller ones, were inscribed with the name of Tutankhamun. His, too, were the seals upon the innermost door, and therefore his, beyond any shadow of doubt, the mummy that ought to lie behind it. Next, while we were still excitedly calling each other from one object to another, came a new discovery. Peering beneath the southernmost of the three great couches, we noticed a small irregular hole in the wall. Here was yet another sealed doorway, and a plunderous hole, which, unlike the others, had never been repaired. Cautiously we crept under the couch and inserted our portable light, and there before us lay another chamber, rather smaller than the first, but even more crowded with objects. The state of this inner room, afterwards called the annex, simply defies description. In the antechamber there had been some sort of an attempt to tidy up after the plunderer's visit, but here everything was in confusion, just as they had left it. Nor did it take much imagination to picture them at their work. One, there would probably not have been room for more than one, had crept into the chamber, and then hastily but systematically ransacked its entire contents, emptying boxes, throwing things aside, piling them one upon another, and occasionally passing objects through the hole to his companions for closer examination in the outer chamber. He had done his work just about as thoroughly as an earthquake. Not a single inch of floor space remains vacant, and it will be a matter of considerable difficulty, when the time for clearing comes, to know how to begin. So far we have not made any attempt to enter the chamber, but have contented ourselves with taking stock from outside. Beautiful things it contains, too, smaller than those in the antechamber for the most part, but many of them of exquisite workmanship. Several things remain in my mind particularly: a painted box, apparently quite as lovely as the one in the antechamber, a wonderful chair of ivory, gold, wood, and leather work, alabaster and faience vases of beautiful form, and a gaming board in carved and colored ivory. I think the discovery of the second chamber, with its crowded contents, had a somewhat sobering effect upon us. Excitement had gripped us hitherto, and given us no pause for thought, but now for the first time we began to realize what a prodigious task we had in front of us, and what a responsibility it entailed. This was no ordinary find, to be disposed of in a normal season's work, nor was there any precedent to show us how to handle it. The thing was outside all experience, bewildering, and for the moment it seemed as though there were more to be done than any human agency could accomplish. Moreover, the extent of our discovery had taken us by surprise, and we were wholly unprepared to deal with the multitude of objects that lay before us, many in a perishable condition and needing careful preservative treatment before they could be touched. There were numberless things to be done before we could even begin the work of clearing. Vast stores of preservatives and packing material must be laid in, expert advice must be taken as to the best method of dealing with certain objects, provision must be made for a laboratory, some safe and sheltered spot in which the objects could be treated, catalogued, and packed, a careful plan to scale must be made, and a complete photographic record taken while everything was still in position. A dark room must be contrived. These were but a few of the problems that confronted us. Clearly, the first thing to be done was to render the tomb safe against robbery. We could then with easy minds work out our plans which we realized by this time would involve not one season only, but certainly 2, and possibly 3 or 4. We had our wooden grille at the entrance to the passage, but that was not enough, and I measured up the inner doorway for a gate of thick steel bars. Until we could get this made for us, and for this and for other reasons it was imperative for me to visit Cairo, we must go to the labor of filling in the tomb once more. Meanwhile, the news of the discovery had spread like wildfire, and all sorts of extraordinary and fanciful reports were going abroad concerning it, one story, that found considerable credence among the natives, being to the effect that 3 aeroplanes had landed in the valley and gone off to some destination unknown with loads of treasure. To overtake these rumors as far as possible, we decided on 2 things. First, to invite Lord Allenby and the various heads of the departments concerned to come and pay a visit to the tomb, and secondly, to send an authoritative account of the discovery to the Times. On the 29th, accordingly, we had an official opening of the tomb, at which were present Lady Allenby, Lord Allenby was unfortunately unable to leave Cairo, Abdel Aziz Bey Yehya, the governor of the province, Mohammed Bey Fahmi, Mamour of the district, and a number of other Egyptian notables and officials, and on the 30th, Mr. Tottenham, adviser to the Ministry of Public Works, and Monsieur Pierre Lacot, Director General of the Service of Antiquities, who had been unable to be present on the previous day, made their official inspection. Mr. Merton, the Times correspondent, was also present at the official opening, and sent the dispatch which created so much excitement at home. On December 3rd, after closing up the entrance doorway with heavy timber, the tomb was filled to surface level. Lord Carnarvon and Lady Evelyn left on the 4th, on their way to England, to conclude various arrangements there, preparatory to returning later in the season, and on the 6th, leaving Calendar to watch over the tomb in my absence, I followed them to Cairo to make my purchases. My first care was the steel gate, and I ordered it the morning I arrived, under promise that it should be delivered within 6 days. The other purchases I took more leisurely, and a miscellaneous collection they were, including photographic material, chemicals, a motor car, packing boxes of every kind, with 32 bales of calico, more than a mile of wadding, and as much again of surgical bandages. Of these last 2 important items I was determined not to run short. While in Cairo I had time to take stock of the position, and it became more and more clear to me that assistance, and that on a big scale, was necessary if the work in the tomb was to be carried out in a satisfactory manner. The question was, where to turn for this assistance. The first and pressing need was in photography, for nothing could be touched until a complete photographic record had been made, a task involving technical skill of the highest order. A day or 2 after I arrived in Cairo, I received a cable of congratulation from Mr. Lithgow, curator of the Egyptian department of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, whose concession at Thebes ran in close proximity to our own, being only divided by the natural mountain wall, and in my reply I somewhat diffidently inquired whether it would be possible, for the immediate emergency at any rate, to secure the assistance of Mr. Harry Burton, their photographic expert. He promptly cabled back, and his cable ought to go on record as an example of disinterested scientific cooperation. Only too delighted to assist in any possible way. Please call on Burton and on any other members of our staff. This offer was subsequently most generously confirmed by the trustees and the director of the Metropolitan Museum, and on my return to Luxor I arranged with my friend Mr. Winlock, the director of the New York excavations on that concession, and who was to be the actual sufferer under the arrangement, not only that Mr. Burton should be transferred, but that Mr. Hall and Mr. Hauser, draftsmen to the expedition, should devote such of their time as might be necessary to make a large-scale drawing of the antechamber and its contents. Another member of the New York staff, Mr. Mace, director of their excavations on the pyramid field at Lisht, was also available, and at Mr. Lithgow's suggestion, cabled, offering help. Thus, no fewer than 4 members of the New York staff were for whole or part-time associated in the work of the season. Without this generous help, it would have been impossible to tackle the enormous amount of work in front of us. Another piece of luck befell me in Cairo. Mr. Lucas, director of the chemical department of the Egyptian government, was taking 3 months' leave prior to retiring from the government on completion of service, and for this 3 months he generously offered to place his chemical knowledge at our disposal, an offer which, needless to say, I hastened to accept. That completed our regular working staff. In addition, Dr. Alan Gardiner kindly undertook to deal with any inscriptional material that might be found, and Professor Breasted, in a couple of visits, gave us much assistance in the difficult task of deciphering the historical significance of the seal impressions from the doors. By December 13th, the steel gate was finished, and I had completed my purchases. I returned to Luxor, and on the 15th everything arrived safely in the valley, delivery of the packages having been greatly expedited by the courtesy of the Egyptian State Railway officials, who permitted them to travel by express instead of on the slow freight train. On the 16th we opened up the tomb once more, and on the 17th the steel gate was set up in the door of the chamber, and we were ready to begin work. On the 18th work was actually begun, Burton making his first experiments in the antechamber, and Hall and Hauser making a start on their plan. 2 days later Lucas arrived, and at once began experimenting on preservatives for the various classes of objects. On the 22nd, as the result of a good deal of clamor, permission to see the tomb was given to the press, both European and native, and the opportunity was also afforded to a certain number of the native notables of Luxor, who had been disappointed at not receiving an invitation to the official opening. It had only been possible on that occasion to invite a very limited number, owing to a difficulty of ensuring the safety of the objects in the very narrow space that was available. On the 25th, Mace arrived, and 2 days later, photographs and plans being sufficiently advanced, the first object was removed from the tomb. The Tomb of Tutankhamun by Howard Carter. Chapter 7. A Survey of the Antechamber. In this chapter we propose to make a detailed survey of the objects in the antechamber, and it will give the reader a better idea of things if we make it systematically, and do not range backwards and forwards from one end of it to the other, as in the first excitement of discovery we naturally did. It was but a small room, some 26 feet by 12 feet, and we had to tread warily, for, though the officials had cleared for us a small alleyway in the center, a single false step or hasty movement would have inflicted irreparable damage on one of the delicate objects with which we were surrounded. In front of us, in the doorway, we had to step over it to get into the chamber, lay the beautiful wishing cup shown on plate 46. It was of pure semi-translucent alabaster, with lotus flower handles on either side, supporting the kneeling figures which symbolize eternity. Turning right as we entered, we noticed, first, a large cylindrical jar of alabaster. Next, 2 funerary bouquets of leaves, one leaning against the wall, the other fallen, and in front of them, standing out into the chamber, a painted wooden casket, see plate 21. This last will probably rank as one of the greatest artistic treasures of the tomb, and on our first visit we found it hard to tear ourselves away from it. Its outer face was completely covered with gesso. Upon this prepared surface there were a series of brilliantly colored and exquisitely painted designs, hunting scenes upon the curved panels of the lid, battle scenes upon the sides, and upon the ends representations of the king in lion form, trampling his enemies under his feet. The illustrations on plates 50 to 54 give but a faint idea of the delicacy of the painting, which far surpasses anything of the kind that Egypt has yet produced. No photograph could do it justice, for even in the original a magnifying glass is essential to a due appreciation of the smaller details, such as the stippling of the lions' coats or the decoration of the horses' trappings. There is another remarkable thing about the painted scenes upon this box. The motifs are Egyptian and the treatment Egyptian, and yet they leave an impression on your mind of something strangely non-Egyptian, and you cannot for the life of you explain exactly where the difference lies. They remind you of other things too, the finest Persian miniatures, for instance, and there is a curious floating impression of Benozzo Gozzoli, due, maybe, to the gay little tufts of flowers which fill the vacant spaces. The contents of the box were a queer jumble. At the top there were a pair of rush and papyrus sandals, and a royal robe, completely covered with a decoration of beadwork and gold sequins. Beneath them were other decorated robes, one of which had had attached to it upwards of 3,000 gold rosettes. 3 pairs of court sandals elaborately worked in gold, a gilt headrest, and other miscellaneous objects. This was the first box we opened, and the ill-assorted nature of its contents, to say nothing of the manner in which they were crushed and bundled together, was a considerable puzzle to us. The reason of it became plain enough later, as we shall show in the following chapter. Next, omitting some small unimportant objects, we came to the end, north, wall of the chamber. Here was the tantalizing sealed doorway, and on either side of it, mounting guard over the entrance, stood the life-size wooden statues of the king already described. Strange and imposing figures these, even as we first saw them, surrounded and half concealed by other objects. As they stand now in the empty chamber, with nothing in front of them to distract the eye, and beyond them, through the opened door, the golden shrine half visible, they present an appearance that is almost painfully impressive. Originally they were shrouded in shawls of linen, and this too must have added to the effect. One other point about this end wall, and an interesting one: unlike the other walls of the chamber, its whole surface was covered with plaster, and a close examination revealed the fact that from top to bottom it was but a blind, a mere partition wall. Turning now to the long west wall of the chamber, we found the whole of the wall space occupied by the 3 great animal-sided couches, curious pieces of furniture which we knew from illustrations in the tomb paintings, but of which we had never seen actual examples before. The first was lion-headed, the second cow-headed, and the third had the head of a composite animal, half hippopotamus and half crocodile. Each was made in 4 pieces for convenience in carrying, the frame of the actual bed fitting by means of hook and staple to the animal sides, the feet of the animals themselves fitting into an open pedestal. As is usually the case in Egyptian beds, each had a foot panel, but nothing at the head. Above, below, and around these couches, packed tightly together, and in some cases perched precariously one upon another, was a miscellany of smaller objects, of which we shall only have space here to mention the more important. Thus, resting on the northernmost of the couches, the lion-headed one, there was a bed of ebony and woven cord, with a panel of household gods delightfully carved, and, resting upon this again, there were a collection of elaborately decorated staves, a quiverful of arrows, and a number of compound bows. One of these last was cased with gold and decorated with bands of inscription and animal motifs in granulated work of almost inconceivable fineness, a masterpiece of jeweler's craft. Another, a double compound bow, terminated at either end in the carved figure of a captive, so arranged that their necks served as notches for the string, the pleasing idea being that every time the king used the bow, he bowstrung a brace of captives. Between bed and couch there were 4 torch holders of bronze and gold, absolutely new in type, one with its torch of twisted linen still in position in the oil cup, a charmingly wrought alabaster libation vase, and, its lid resting askew, a casket, with decorative panels of brilliant turquoise blue faience and gold. This casket, as we found later in the laboratory, contained a number of interesting and valuable objects, among others a leopard skin priestly robe with decoration of gold and silver stars and gilt leopard head inlaid with colored glass, a very large and beautifully worked scarab of gold and lapis lazuli blue glass, a buckle of sheet gold with a decoration of hunting scenes applied in infinitesimally small granules, a scepter in solid gold and lapis lazuli glass, plate 23, beautifully colored collarets and necklaces of faience, and a handful of massive gold rings, twisted up in a fold of linen, of which more anon. Beneath the couch, resting on the floor, stood a large chest, made of a delightful combination of ebony, ivory, and red wood, which contained a number of small vases of alabaster and glass, 2 black wooden shrines, each containing the gilt figure of a snake, emblem and standard of the 10th nome of Upper Egypt, Aphroditopolis, a delightful little chair, with decorative panels of ebony, ivory, and gold, too small for other than a child's use, 2 folding duck stools inlaid with ivory, and an alabaster box with incised ornamentation filled in with pigments. A long box of ebony and white painted wood, with trellis-worked stand and hinged lid, stood free upon the floor in front of the couch. Its contents were a curious mixture. At the top, crumpled together and stuffed in as packing, there were shirts and a number of the king's undergarments, whereas below, more or less orderly arranged upon the bottom of the box, there were sticks, bows, and a large number of arrows, the points of these last having all been broken off and stolen for their metal. As originally deposited, the box probably contained nothing but sticks, bows, and arrows, and included not only those from the top of the bed already described, but a number of others which had been scattered in various quarters of the chamber. Some of the sticks were of very remarkable workmanship. One terminated in a curve, on which were fashioned the figures of a pair of captives, with tied arms and interlocked feet, the one an African, the other an Asiatic, their faces carved in ebony and ivory respectively. The latter figure, an almost painfully realistic piece of work, is shown on plate 70. On another of the sticks a very effective decoration was contrived by arranging minute scales of iridescent beetle wings in a pattern, while in others again there was an applied pattern of variegated barks. With the sticks there were a whip in ivory and 4 cubit measures. To the left of the couch, between it and the next one, there were a toilet table and a cluster of wonderful perfume jars in carved alabaster. See plate 22. So much for the first couch. The second, the cow-headed one, facing us as we entered the chamber, was even more crowded. Resting precariously on top of it, there was another bed of wood, painted white, and, balanced on top of this again, a rushwork chair, extraordinarily modern-looking in appearance and design, and an ebony and redwood stool. Below the bed, and resting actually on the framework of the couch, there were, among other things, an ornamental white stool, a curious rounded box of ivory and ebony veneer, and a pair of gilt sistra, instruments of music that are usually associated with Hathor, the goddess of joy and dancing. Plate 23. Footnote. These are 2 of the attributes of Hathor. There are many others. End footnote. Below, the center space was occupied by a pile of oviform wooden cases, containing trussed ducks and a variety of other food offerings. Standing on the floor in front of the couch, there were 2 wooden boxes, one having a collarette and a pad of rings resting loose upon its lid, a large stool of rushwork, and a smaller one of wood and reed. The larger of the 2 boxes had an interesting and varied list of contents. A docket, written in hieratic on the lid, quotes 17 objects of lapis lazuli blue, and within there were 16 libation vases of blue faience, the 17th being found subsequently in another part of the chamber. In addition, thrown carelessly in, there were a number of other faience cups, a pair of electrum boomerangs mounted at either end with blue faience, a beautiful little casket of carved ivory, a calcite wine strainer, a very elaborate tapestry woven garment, and the greater part of a corselet. This last, which we shall have occasion to describe at some length in Chapter 10, was composed of several thousand pieces of gold, glass, and faience, and there is no doubt that when it has been cleaned and its various parts assembled, it will be the most imposing thing of its kind that Egypt has ever produced. Between this couch and the third one, tilted carelessly over onto its side, lay a magnificent cedar wood chair, elaborately and delicately carved, and embellished with gold. See plate 60. We now come to the third couch, flanked by its pair of queer composite animals, with open mouths and teeth and tongue of ivory. Resting on top of it in solitary state there was a large round-topped chest, with ebony frame and panels painted white. This was originally the chest of underlinen. It still contained a number of garments, loincloths, etc., most of them folded and rolled into neat bundles. Footnote. These, on our first entrance into the tomb, were mistaken for rolls of papyrus. End footnote. Below this couch stood another of the great artistic treasures of the tomb, perhaps the greatest so far taken out, A throne, overlaid with gold from top to bottom, and richly adorned with glass, faience, and stone inlay. See Plate 24. Its legs, fashioned in feline form, were surmounted by lions' heads, fascinating in their strength and simplicity. Magnificent crowned and winged serpents formed the arms, and between the bars which supported the back there were 6 protective cobras, carved in wood, gilt, and inlaid. It was the panel of the back, however, that was the chief glory of the throne, and I have no hesitation in claiming for it that it is the most beautiful thing that has yet been found in Egypt. A photograph, which without color gives but a very inadequate idea of its beauty, is shown on Plate 2. The scene is one of the halls of the palace, a room decorated with flower-garlanded pillars, frieze of urei, royal cobras, and dado of conventional, recessed paneling. Through a hole in the roof the sun shoots down its life-giving protective rays. The king himself sits in an unconventional attitude upon a cushioned throne, his arm thrown carelessly across its back. Before him stands the girlish figure of the queen, putting, apparently, the last touches to his toilet. In one hand she holds a small jar of scent or ointment, and with the other she gently anoints his shoulder or adds a touch of perfume to his collar. A simple, homely little composition, but how instinct with life and feeling it is, and with what a sense of movement. The coloring of the panel is extraordinarily vivid and effective. The face and other exposed portions of the bodies, both of king and queen, are of red glass, and the head-dresses of brilliant turquoise-like faience. The robes are of silver, dulled by age to an exquisite bloom. The crowns, collars, scarves, and other ornamental details of the panel are all inlaid, inlay of colored glass and faience, of carnelian, and of a composition hitherto unknown, translucent fibrous calcite, underlaid with colored paste, in appearance for all the world like mille fiori glass. As background we have the sheet gold with which the throne was covered. In its original state, with gold and silver fresh and new, the throne must have been an absolutely dazzling sight, too dazzling probably for the eye of a Westerner, accustomed to drab skies and neutral tints. Now, toned down a little by the tarnishing of the alloy, it presents a color scheme that is extraordinarily attractive and harmonious. Apart altogether from its artistic merit, the throne is an important historical document, the scenes upon it being actual illustrations of the politico-religious vacillations of the reign. In original conception, witness the human arms on the sun disk in the back panel, they are based on pure Tel el Amarna Atun worship. The cartouches, however, are curiously mixed. In some of them the Atun element has been erased and the Amun form substituted, whereas in other the Atun remains unchallenged. It is curious, to say the least of it, that an object which bore such manifest signs of heresy upon it should be publicly buried in this, the stronghold of the Amun faith, and it is perhaps not without significance that on this particular part of the throne there were remains of a linen wrapping. It would appear that Tutankhamun's return to the ancient faith was not entirely a matter of conviction. He may have thought the throne too valuable a possession to destroy, and have kept it in one of the more private apartments of the palace. Or, again, it is possible that the alteration in the Atun names was sufficient to appease the sectarians, and that there was no need for secrecy. Upon the seat of the throne rested the footstool that originally stood before it, a stool of gilded wood and dark blue faience, with panels on the top and sides on which were represented captives, bound and prone. This was a very common convention in the East, "until I make thine enemies thy footstool," sings the psalmist, and we may be sure that on certain occasions convention became actual fact. Before the couch there were 2 stools, one of plain wood painted white, the other of ebony, ivory, and gold, its legs carved in the shapes of ducks' heads, its top made in the semblance of leopard skin with claws and spots of ivory, the finest example we know of its kind. Behind it, resting against the south wall of the chamber, there were a number of important objects. First came a shrine-shaped box with double doors, fastened by shooting bolts of ebony. This was entirely cased with thick sheet gold, and on the gold, in delicate low relief, there were a series of little panels, shown on plate 68, depicting, in delightfully naive fashion, a number of episodes in the daily life of king and queen. In all of these scenes, the dominant note is that of friendly relationship between the husband and the wife, the unself-conscious friendliness that marks the Tel el Amarna school, and one would not be surprised to find that here, too, there had been a change in the cartouches from the Atun to the Amun. Within the shrine there was a pedestal, showing that it had originally contained a statuette. It may well have been a gold one, an object, unfortunately, too conspicuous for the plunderers to overlook. It also contained a necklace of enormous beads, gold, carnelian, green feldspar, and blue glass, to which was attached a large gold pendant in the shape of a very rare snake goddess, and considerable portions of the corselet already referred to in our description of one of the earlier boxes. Beside this shrine there was a large Shawapti statuette of the king, carved, gilded, and painted, and a little farther along, peering out from behind the overturned body of a chariot, a statue of peculiar form, cut sharp off at waist and elbows. This was exactly life-size, and its body was painted white in evident imitation of a shirt. There can be very little doubt that it represents a mannequin to which the king's robes, and possibly his collars, could be fitted. Plate 25. There were also in this same quarter of the chamber another toilet box, and the scattered pieces of a gilt canopy or shrine. These last were of extremely light construction, and were made to fit rapidly one to another. The canopy was probably a travelling one, carried in the king's train wherever he went, and set up at a moment's notice to shield him from the sun. The rest of the south wall and the whole of the east, as far as the entrance doorway, were taken up by the parts of no fewer than 4 chariots. As the photograph shows, they were heaped together in terrible confusion, the plunderers having evidently turned them this way and that in their endeavors to secure the more valuable portions of the gold decoration which covered them. Theirs is not the whole responsibility, however. The entrance passage was far too narrow to admit the ingress of complete chariots, so, to enable them to get into the chamber, the axles were deliberately sawn in two, the wheels dismounted and piled together, and the dismembered bodies placed by themselves. In the reassembling and restoration of these chariots we have a prodigious task ahead of us, but the result will be gorgeous enough to justify any amount of time that is bestowed upon them. From top to bottom they are covered with gold, every inch of which is decorated, either with embossed patterns and scenes upon the gold itself, or with inlaid designs in colored glass and stone. The actual woodwork of the chariots is in good condition and needs but little treatment, but with the horse trappings and other leather parts it is quite another story, the untanned leather having been affected by the damp and turned into a black, unpleasant-looking glue. Fortunately, these leather parts were, in almost every instance, plated with gold, and from this gold, which is well preserved, we hope to be able to make a reconstruction of the harness. Mixed with the chariot parts there were a number of miscellaneous smaller objects, including alabaster jars, more sticks and bows, bead sandals, baskets, and a set of 4 horsehair fly whisks, with lion-head handles of gilded wood. We have now made a complete tour of the antechamber, a fairly comprehensive one it seemed, and yet we find, by reference to our notes, that out of some 600 or 700 objects which it contained, we have mentioned a scant 100. Nothing but a complete catalogue, transcribed from our register cards, would give an adequate idea of the extent of the discovery, and in the present volume that is naturally out of the question. We must confine ourselves here to a more or less summary description of the principal finds, and reserve a detailed study of the objects for later publications. It would be impossible, in any case, to attempt such an account at the present moment, for there are months, possibly years of reconstructive work ahead of us, if the material is to be treated as it deserves. We must remember, too, that we have dealt so far with but a single chamber. There are inner chambers still untouched, and we hope to find among their contents treasures far surpassing those with which the present volume is concerned. The Tomb of Tutankhamun by Howard Carter. Chapter 8. Clearing the Antechamber. Clearing the objects from the antechamber was like playing a gigantic game of spillikins. So crowded were they that it was a matter of extreme difficulty to move one without running serious risk of damaging others, and in some cases they were so inextricably tangled that an elaborate system of props and supports had to be devised to hold one object or a group of objects in place while another was being removed. See Plate 26. At such times life was a nightmare. One was afraid to move lest one should kick against a prop and bring the whole thing crashing down. Nor, in many cases, could one tell without experiment whether a particular object was strong enough to bear its own weight. Certain of the things were in beautiful condition, as strong as when they were first made, but others were in a most precarious state, and the problem constantly arose whether it would be better to apply preservative treatment to an object in situ, or to wait until it could be dealt with in more convenient surroundings in the laboratory. The latter course was adopted whenever possible, but there were cases in which the removal of an object without treatment would have meant almost certain destruction. There were sandals, for instance, of patterned beadwork, of which the threading had entirely rotted away. As they lay on the floor of the chamber, they looked in perfectly sound condition, but try to pick one up, and it crumbled at the touch, and all you had for your pains was a handful of loose, meaningless beads. This was a clear case for treatment on the spot. A spirit stove, some paraffin wax, an hour or two to harden, and the sandal could be removed intact, and handled with the utmost freedom. The funerary bouquets again, see Plate 27, without treatment as they stood, they would have ceased to exist. Subjected to 3 or 4 sprayings of celluloid solution, they bore removal well, and were subsequently packed with scarcely any injury. Occasionally, particularly with the larger objects, it was found better to apply local treatment in the tomb, just sufficient to ensure a safe removal to the laboratory, where more drastic measures were possible. Each object presented a separate problem, and, as I said before, there were cases in which only experiment could show what the proper treatment was to be. It was slow work, painfully slow, and nerve-wracking at that, for one felt all the time a heavy weight of responsibility. Every excavator must, if he have any archaeological conscience at all. The things he finds are not his own property, to treat as he pleases or neglect as he chooses. They are a direct legacy from the past to the present age, he but the privileged intermediary through whose hands they come, and if, by carelessness, slackness, or ignorance, he lessens the sum of knowledge that might have been obtained from them, he knows himself to be guilty of an archaeological crime of the first magnitude. Destruction of evidence is so painfully easy, and yet so hopelessly irreparable. Tired or pressed for a time, you shirk a tedious piece of cleaning, or do it in a half-hearted, perfunctory sort of way, and you will perhaps have thrown away the one chance that will ever occur of gaining some important piece of knowledge. Too many people, unfortunately there are so-called archeologists among them, are apparently under the impression that the object bought from a dealer's shop is just as valuable as one which has been found in actual excavation, and that until the object in question has been cleaned, entered in the books, marked with an accession number, and placed in a tidy museum case, it is not a proper subject for study at all. There was never a greater mistake. Field work is all important, and it is a sure and certain fact that if every excavation had been properly, systematically, and conscientiously carried out, our knowledge of Egyptian archaeology would be at least 50% greater than it is. There are numberless derelict objects in the storerooms of our museums which would give us valuable information, could they but tell us whence they came, and box after box full of fragments, which a few notes at the time of finding would have rendered capable of reconstruction. Granting, then, that a heavy weight of responsibility must at all times rest upon the excavator, our own feelings on this occasion will easily be realized. It had been our privilege to find the most important collection of Egyptian antiquities that had ever seen the light, and it was for us to show that we were worthy of the trust. So many things there were that might go wrong. Danger of theft, for instance, was an ever-present anxiety. The whole countryside was agog with excitement about the tomb. All sorts of extravagant tales were current about the gold and jewels it contained, and, as past experience had shown, it was only too possible that there might be a serious attempt to raid the tomb by night. This possibility of robbery on a large scale was negatived, so far as was humanly possible, by a complicated system of guarding, there being present in the valley, day and night, 3 independent groups of watchmen, each answerable to a different authority: the government antiquities guards, a squad of soldiers supplied by the Mudir of Kena, and a selected group of the most trustworthy of our own staff. In addition, we had a heavy wooden grille at the entrance to the passage, and a massive steel gate at the inner doorway, each secured by 4 padlocked chains; and, that there might never be any mistake about these latter, the keys were in the permanent charge of one particular member of the European staff, who never parted with them for a moment, even to lend them to a colleague. Petty or casual theft we guarded against by doing all the handling of the objects ourselves. Another, and perhaps an even greater cause for anxiety, was the condition of many of the objects. It was manifest with some of them that their very existence depended on careful manipulation and correct preservative treatment, and there were moments when our hearts were in our mouths. There were other worries too, visitors, for instance, but I shall have quite a little to say about them later, and I fear that by the time the antechamber was finished, our nerves, to say nothing of our tempers, were in an extremely ragged state. But here I am talking about finishing before we have even begun. We must make a fresh start. It is not time to lose our tempers yet. Obviously, our first and greatest need was photography. Before anything else was done, or anything moved, we must have a series of preliminary views, taken in panorama, to show the general appearance of the chamber. For lighting we had available 2 movable electric standards, giving 3000 candle power, and it was with these that all the photographic work in the tomb was done. Exposures were naturally rather slow, but the light was beautifully even, much more so than would have been afforded by flashlight, a dangerous process in such a crowded chamber, or reflected sunlight, which were the 2 possible alternatives. Fortunately for us, there was an uninscribed and empty tomb close by, the Davis cash tomb of Akhenaten. This we got permission from the government to use as a dark room, and here Burton established himself. It was not too convenient in some ways, but it was worthwhile putting up with a little inconvenience to have a dark room so close, for in the case of experimental exposures he could slip across and develop without moving his camera out of position. Moreover, these periodic dashes of his from tomb to tomb must have been a godsend to the crowd of curious visitors who kept vigil above the tomb, for there were many days during the winter in which it was the only excitement they had. Our next step, after these preliminary photographs had been taken, was to devise an efficient method of registering the contents of the chamber, for it would be absolutely essential later on that we should have a ready means of ascertaining the exact part of the tomb from which any particular object might have come. Naturally, each object, or closely allied group of objects, would be given its own catalogue number, and would have that number securely attached to it when it was moved away from the chamber. But that was not enough, for the number might not indicate position. So far as possible, the numbers were to follow a definite order, beginning at the entrance doorway and working systematically round the chamber, but it was very certain that many objects now hidden would be found in the course of clearing and have to be numbered out of turn. We got over the difficulty by placing printed numbers on every object and photographing them in small groups. Every number showed in at least one of the photographs, so that, by duplicating prints, we were able to place with the notes of every single object in our filing cabinets a print which showed at a glance its actual position in the tomb. So far so good, as far as the internal work in the tomb was concerned. Outside it, we had a still more difficult problem to solve, that of finding adequate working and storage space for the objects as they were removed. Three things were absolutely essential. In the first place, we must have plenty of room. There would be boxes to unpack, notes and measurements to be taken, repairs to be carried out, experiments with various preservative materials to be made, and obviously we should require considerable table accommodation, as well as ordinary storage space. Then, secondly, we must have a place that we could render thief-proof, for, as things were moved, the laboratory would come to be almost as great a source of danger as the tomb itself. Lastly, we must have seclusion. This may seem a less obvious need than the others, but we foresaw, and the winter's happenings proved us to be right, that unless we were out of sight of visitors' ordinary haunts, we should be treated as a sideshow, and should be unable to get any work done at all. Eventually, we solved the problem by getting permission from the government to take over the tomb of Seti II, number 15 in the Valley catalogue. This certainly fulfilled the third of our requirements. It is not a tomb ordinarily visited by tourists, and its position, tucked away in a corner at the extreme end of the valley, was exactly suitable to our purpose. No other tomb lay beyond it, so, without causing inconvenience to anyone, we could close to ordinary traffic the path that led to it, and thus secure complete privacy for ourselves. It had other advantages, too. For one thing, it was so well sheltered by overhanging cliffs that at no time of day did the sun ever penetrate its doors, thus remaining comparatively cool even in the hottest of summer weather. There was also a considerable amount of open space in front of it, and this we utilized later as an open-air photographic studio and a carpenter's shop. We were somewhat restricted as to space, for the tomb was so long and narrow that all our work had to be done at the upper end of it, the lower part being useless except for storage purposes. It had also the disadvantage of being rather a long way from the scene of operations. These, however, were but minor drawbacks compared with the positive advantages which the tomb offered. We had a reasonable amount of room, we had privacy, and safety we ensured by putting up a many-padlocked steel gate, 1½ tons in weight. One other point with regard to the laboratory work the reader should bear in mind. We were 500 miles from anywhere, and, if we ran short of preservative materials, there might be considerable delay before we could secure a fresh supply. The Cairo shops furnished most of our needs, but there were certain chemicals of which we exhausted the entire Cairo stock before the winter was over, and other things which, in the first instance, could only be procured in England. Constant care and forethought were therefore necessary to prevent shortage and the consequent holding up of the work. By December 27th all our preparations were made, and we were ready to make a start on the actual removal of the objects. We worked on a regular system of division of labor. Burton came first with his photographs of the numbered groups of objects. Hall and Hauser followed with their scale plan of the chamber, every object being drawn on the plan in projection. Callender and I did the preliminary noting and clearing, and superintended the removal of the objects to the laboratory, and there Mace and Lucas received them and were responsible for the detail noting, mending, and preservation. The first object to be removed was the painted wooden casket. Then, working from north to south, and thus putting off the evil day when we should have to tackle the complicated tangle of chariots, we gradually disencumbered the great animal couches of the objects which surrounded them. Each object, as it was removed, was placed upon a padded wooden stretcher, and securely fastened to it with bandages. Enormous numbers of these stretchers were required, for, to avoid double handling, they were in almost every case left permanently with the object, and not reused. From time to time, when a sufficient number of stretchers had been filled, about once a day, on an average, a convoy was made up and dispatched under guard to the laboratory. This was the moment for which the crowd of watchers above the tomb were waiting. Out came the reporters' notebooks. Click, click, click went the cameras in every direction, and a lane had to be cleared for the procession to pass through. I suppose more films were wasted in the valley last winter than in any other corresponding period of time since cameras were first invented. We in the laboratory had occasion once for a piece of old mummy cloth for experimental purposes. It was sent up to us in a stretcher, and it was photographed 8 times before it got to us. The removal and transport of the smaller objects was a comparatively simple matter, but it was quite otherwise when it came to the animal couches and the chariots. Each of the former was constructed in 4 pieces, the 2 animal sides, the bed proper, and the base to which the animal's feet were socketed. They were manifestly much too large to negotiate the narrow entrance passage, and must have been brought into the tomb in sections and assembled there. Indeed, strips of newer gold round the joints show where the damage they had incurred in handling had been made good after deposition. It was obvious that to get the couches out of the tomb we must take them apart again, no easy matter, for after 3,000 years the bronze hooks had naturally set tight in the staples, and would not budge. We got them apart eventually, and with scarcely any damage, but it took no fewer than 5 of us to do it. 2 supported the central part of the couch, 2 were responsible for the well-being of the animals, while the 5th, working from underneath, eased up the hooks, one after the other, with a lever. Even when taken apart, there was none too much room to get the side animals through the passage, and they needed very careful handling. However, we got them all out without accident, and packed them straight into boxes we had in readiness for them just outside the entrance to the tomb. Most difficult of all to move were the chariots, which had suffered considerably from the treatment to which they had been subjected. It had not been possible to get them into the tomb whole in the first instance, for they were too wide for the entrance passage, and the wheels had had to be removed and the axles sawn off at one end. They had evidently been moved out of position and turned upside down by the plunderers, and in the subsequent tidying up the parts had been loosely stacked one upon another. Egyptian chariots are of very light construction, and the rough usage which they had undergone made these extremely difficult to handle. There was another complication, in that the parts of the harness were made of undressed leather. Now this, if exposed to humanity, speedily resolves itself into glue, and that was what had happened here. the black glutinous mass which represented the trappings having run down over everything and dropped, not only on the other parts of the chariots themselves, but upon other objects which had nothing to do with them. Thus, the leather has almost entirely perished, but, fortunately, as I have already stated, we have for reconstructional purposes the gold ornamentation with which it was covered. 7 weeks in all it took us to clear the antechamber, and thankful indeed we were when it was finished, and that without any kind of disaster befalling us. One scare we had. For 2 or 3 days the sky was very black, and it looked as though we were in for one of the heavy storms that occasionally visit Thebes. On such occasions rain comes down in torrents, and if the storm persists for any length of time, the whole bed of the valley becomes a raging flood. No power on earth could have kept our tomb from being flooded under these conditions, but fortunately, though there must have been heavy rain somewhere in the district, we escaped with but a few drops. Certain correspondents indulged in some highly imaginative writing on the subject of this threatened storm. As a result of this and other distorted news, we received a somewhat cryptic cable, sent presumably by a zealous student of the occult. It ran, "In the case of further trouble, pour milk, wine, and honey on the threshold." Unfortunately, we had neither wine nor honey with us, so were unable to carry out the directions. In spite of our negligence, however, we escaped the further trouble. Perhaps we were given absent treatment. In the course of our clearing, we naturally accumulated a good deal of evidence with regard to the activities of the original tomb plunderers, and this will be as good a place as any to give a statement of the conclusions at which we arrived. In the first place, we know from the ceilings on the outer doorway that all the plundering was done within a very few years of the king's burial. We also know that the plunderers entered the tomb at least twice. There were broken scattered objects on the floor of the entrance passage and staircase, proving that at the time of the first attempt the passageway between the inner and the outer sealed doors was empty. It is, I suppose, just possible that this preliminary plundering was done immediately after the funeral ceremonies. Thereafter the passage was entirely filled with stones and rubbish, and it was through a tunnel excavated in the upper left-hand corner of this filling that the subsequent attempts were made. At this final attempt, the thieves had penetrated into all the chambers of the tomb, but their tunnel was only a narrow one, and clearly they could not have got away with any except the smaller objects. Now as to internal evidence of the damage they had been able to effect. To begin with, there was a strange difference between the respective states in which the antechamber and the annex had been left. In the latter, as we have described in the preceding chapter, everything was in confusion, and there was not a vacant inch of floor space. It was quite evident that the plunderers had turned everything topsy-turvy, and that the present state of the chamber was precisely that in which they had left it. The antechamber was quite different. There was a certain amount of confusion, it was true, but it was orderly confusion, and had it not been for the evidence of plundering afforded by the tunnel and the resealed doorways, one might have imagined at first view that there never had been any plundering, and that the confusion was due to Oriental carelessness at the time of the funeral. However, when we commenced clearing, it quickly became manifest that this comparative orderliness was due to a process of hasty tidying up, and that the plunderers had been just as busy here as they had in the annex. Parts of the same object were found in different quarters of the chamber. Objects that should have been in boxes were lying on the floor or upon the couches. On the lid of one of the boxes there was a collar, intact but crumpled. Behind the chariots, in an entirely inaccessible place, there was a box lid, the box to which it belonged being far away, near the innermost door. Quite clearly the plunderers had scattered things here just as they had done in the annex, and someone had come after them and rearranged the chamber. Later, when we came to unpack the boxes, we found still more circumstantial evidence. 1. The long white box at the north end of the chamber was half full of sticks, bows, and arrows, and above, stuffed tightly in upon them, there was a mixed collection of the king's underlinen. Yet the metal points had been broken from all the arrows, and a few were found dropped upon the floor. Other sticks and bows that obviously belonged to this box were likewise scattered in the chamber. In another box there were a number of decorated robes, bundled together and thrust in anyhow, and mixed with them several pairs of sandals. So tightly had the contents of the box been stuffed that the metal toe-thong of one of the sandals had pierced right through its own leather sole and penetrated that of another which lay beneath it. In still another box, jewelry and tiny statuettes had been packed on top of faience libation vases. Others again were half empty, or contained a mere jumble of odds and ends of cloth. There was, moreover, certain evidence that this confusion was due to hasty repacking, and had nothing to do with the original arrangement of the boxes, for on the lids of several there were neat little dockets stating clearly what the contents should have been, and in only one case did the docket bear any sort of relation to the contents as they actually were. This particular docket called for 17 unknown objects of lapis lazuli color. Within the box there were 16 libation vases of dark blue faience, and the 17th was on the floor of the chamber some distance away. Eventually, in our final study of the material, these dockets will be of great value. We shall be able, in a great many cases, to apportion out the objects to the boxes which originally contained them, and shall know exactly what is missing. The best evidence of all was supplied by a very elaborate garment of faience, gold, and inlay, comprising in one piece corselet, collar, and pectoral. The largest portion of it was found in the box which contained the faience vases just mentioned. The pectoral and most of the collar were tucked away in the small gold shrine, and isolated pieces of it turned up in several other boxes, and were scattered all over the floor. There is nothing at present to show which of the boxes it originally belonged to, or even that it actually belonged to any of them. It is quite possible that the plunderers brought it from the innermost chamber to the better light of the antechamber, and there deliberately pulled it to pieces. From the facts at our disposal, we can now reconstruct the whole sequence of events. A breach was first made in the upper left-hand corner of the first sealed door, just large enough to admit a man, and then the tunneling began, the excavators working in a chain, passing the stones and baskets of earth back from one to another. 7 or 8 hours' work might suffice to bring them to the second sealed door, a hole in this, and they were through. Then, in the semi-darkness, began a mad scramble for loot. Gold was their natural quarry, but it had to be in portable form, and it must have maddened them to see it glinting all around them, on plated objects which they could not move, and had not time to strip. Nor, in the dim light in which they were working, could they always distinguish between the real and the false, and many an object which they took for solid gold was found on closer examination to be but gilded wood, and was contemptuously thrown aside. The boxes were treated in very drastic fashion. Without exception they were dragged out into the center of the room and ransacked, their contents being strewn about all over the floor. What valuables they found in them and made away with, we may never know, but their search can have been but hurried and superficial, for many objects of solid gold were overlooked. One very valuable thing we know they did secure. Within the small gold shrine there was a pedestal of gilded wood, made for a statuette, with the imprint of the statuette's feet still marked upon it, plate 29. The statuette itself was gone, and there can be very little doubt that it was a solid gold one, probably very similar to the gold statuette of Thothmes III, in the image of Amun, in the Carnarvon collection. Next, the antechamber having been thoroughly worked over, the thieves turned their attention to the annex, knocking a hole in its doorway just big enough to let them through, and overturning and ransacking its contents quite as thoroughly as they had done those of the outer chamber. Then, and apparently not until then, they directed themselves towards the burial chamber, and made a very small hole in the sealed doorway which screened it from the antechamber. How much damage they did there we shall know in due time, but, so far as we can tell at present, it was less than in the outer chambers. They may, indeed, have been disturbed at this particular stage in the proceedings, and there is a very interesting little piece of evidence that seems to bear the theory out. It may be remembered that in our description of the objects in the antechamber, Chapter 7, we mentioned that one of the boxes contained a handful of solid gold rings tied up in a fold of cloth. They were just the things to attract the thief, for their intrinsic value was considerable, and yet they could very easily be hidden away. Now, every visitor to Egypt will remember that if you give money to a fellah, his ordinary proceeding will be to undo a portion of his head shawl, put the coins in a fold of it, twist it round 2 or 3 times to hold the coins tight in place, and make it finally secure by looping the bag thus formed into a knot. These rings had been secured in exactly the same way, the same loose fold in the cloth, the same twisting round to form the bag, and the same loose knot. This, unquestionably, was the work of one of the thieves. It was not his head shawl that he had used. The fellah of the period wore no such garment, but one of the king's scarves which he had picked up in the tomb, and he had fastened them thus for convenience in carrying. Plate 30. How comes it then that the precious bundle of rings was left in the tomb and not carried off? It was the very last thing that a thief would be likely to forget, and in case of sudden alarm it was not heavy enough to impede his flight, however hurried that might be. We are almost forced to the conclusion that the thieves were either trapped within the tomb or overtaken in their flight, traced in any case with some of the plunder still upon them. If this be so, it explains the presence of certain other pieces of jewelry and gold work too valuable to leave and too big to overlook. In any case, the fact that a robbery had been committed got to the ears of the officials concerned, and they came to the tomb to investigate and make the damage good. For some reason they seem to have been in almost as great a hurry as the thieves, and their work of reparation was sadly scamped. The annex they left severely alone, not even taking the trouble to fill up the hole in the doorway. In the antechamber the smaller objects with which the floor was covered were swept up, bundled together, and jammed, there is no other word, back into the boxes, no attempt being made to sort the material, or to put the objects into the boxes which had been originally intended for them. Some of the boxes were packed tight, others were left almost empty, and on one of the couches there were deposited 2 large bundles of cloth, in which a miscellaneous collection of material had been wrapped. Nor even was all the small material gathered up. The sticks, bows, and arrows were left in scattered groups. On the lid of a box were thrown a crumpled collar of pendants and a pad of faience rings, and on the floor, one on one side of the chamber and one on the other, there was a pair of fragile beadwork sandals. The larger objects were pushed carelessly back against the walls, or stacked one upon another. Certainly no respect was shown, either to the objects themselves or to the king whose property they were, and one wonders why, if they tidied up so badly, they took the trouble to tidy up at all. One thing we must credit them with. They did not do any pilfering, as they might easily have done, on their own account. We can be reasonably sure of that, from the valuable objects, small and easily concealed, which they repacked into the boxes. The antechamber finished, so far at least as they intended to finish it, the hole in the innermost doorway was refilled, plastered, and stamped with the royal necropolis seal. Then, retracing their steps, they closed and sealed the antechamber door, filled up the plunderer's tunnel through the passage blocking, and made good the outer doorway. What further steps they took to prevent repetition of the crime we do not know, but probably they buried the whole entrance to the tomb deep out of sight. Better political conditions in the country might have prevented it for a time, but in the long run nothing but ignorance of its whereabouts could have saved it from further attempts at plundering, and very certain it is that, between the time of this reclosing and that of our discovery, no hand had touched the seals upon the door. Chapter 9. Visitors and the Press. Archaeology under the limelight is a new and rather bewildering experience for most of us. In the past we have gone about our business happily enough, intensely interested in it ourselves, but not expecting other folk to be more than tepidly polite about it. And now, all of a sudden, we find the world takes an interest in us, an interest so intense and so avid for details that special correspondents at large salaries have to be sent to interview us, report our every movement, and hide round corners to surprise a secret out of us. It is, as I said, a little bewildering for us, not to say embarrassing, and we wonder sometimes just exactly how and why it has all come about. We may wonder, but I think it would puzzle anyone to give an exact answer to the question. One must suppose that at the time the discovery was made, the general public was in a state of profound boredom with news of reparations, conferences, and mandates, and craved for some new topic of conversation. The idea of buried treasure, too, is one that appeals to most of us. Whatever the reason, or combination of reasons, it is quite certain that, once the initial Times dispatch had been published, no power on earth could shelter us from the light of publicity that beat down upon us. We were helpless, and had to make the best of it. The embarrassing side of it was soon brought home to us in no uncertain manner. Telegrams poured in from every quarter of the globe. Within a week or two, letters began to follow them, a deluge of correspondence that has persisted ever since. Amazing literature, some of it. Beginning with letters of congratulation, it went on to offers of assistance, ranging all the way from tomb planning to personal valeting, requests for souvenirs, even a few grains of sand from above the tomb would be received so thankfully, fantastic money offers, from moving picture rights to copyright on fashions of dress, advice on the preservation of antiquities, and the best method of appeasing evil spirits and elementals, press clippings, tracts, would-be facetious communications, stern denunciations of sacrilege, claims of relationship. Surely you must be the cousin who lived in Camberwell in 1893 and whom we have never heard of since, and so on and so on. Fatuous communications of this sort came tumbling in upon us at the rate of 10 or 15 a day, right through the winter. There is a whole sackful of them, and an interesting psychological study they would make, if one had the time to give to them. What, for instance, is one to make of a person who solemnly inquires whether the discovery of the tomb throws any light on the alleged Belgian atrocities in the Congo? Next came our friends the newspaper correspondents, who flocked to the valley in large numbers and devoted all their social gifts, and they were considerable, towards dispelling any lingering remains of loneliness or desert boredom that we might still have left to us. They certainly did their work with some thoroughness, for each owed it to himself and to his paper to get daily information, and we in Egypt were delighted when we heard Lord Carnarvon's decision to place the whole matter of publicity in the hands of the Times. Another, and perhaps the most serious of all the embarrassments that notoriety brought upon us, was the fatal attraction the tomb had for visitors. It was not that we wanted to be secretive, nor had any objection to visitors as such, As a matter of fact, there are few things more pleasant than showing one's work to appreciative people, but as the situation developed, it became very clear that, unless something was done to discourage it, we should spend the entire season playing showmen and never get any work done at all. It was surely a new chapter in the history of the valley. Tourist visitors it had always known, but heretofore it had been a business proceeding, and not a garden party. Armed with guide-books, they had conscientiously visited as many tombs as time, or their dragoman would allow them, bustled through their lunch, and been hurried off to a further debauch of sightseeing elsewhere. This winter, dragoman and time schedules were disregarded alike, and many of the ordinary sites were left unvisited. The tomb drew like a magnet. From a very early hour in the morning the pilgrimage began. Visitors arrived on donkeys, in sand carts, and in two-horse cabs, and proceeded to make themselves at home in the valley for the day. Round the top of the upper level of the tomb there was a low wall, and here they each staked out a claim and established themselves, waiting for something to happen. Sometimes it did, more often it did not, but it seemed to make no difference to their patience. There they would sit the whole morning, reading, talking, knitting, photographing the tomb and each other, quite satisfied if at the end they could get a glimpse of anything. Great was the excitement always when word was passed up that something was to be brought out of the tomb. Books and knitting were thrown aside, and the whole battery of cameras was cleared for action and directed at the entrance passage. We were really alarmed sometimes, lest the whole wall should give way, and a crowd of visitors be precipitated into the mouth of the tomb. From above, it must really have been an imposing spectacle to see strange objects like the great gilt animals from the couches emerging gradually from the darkness into the light of day. We, who were bringing them up, were much too anxious about their safety in the narrow passage to think about such things ourselves, but a preliminary gasp and then a quick buzz of exclamations brought home to us the effect it had upon the watchers above. To these, the casual visitors who contented themselves with watching from the top, there could be no objection, and whenever possible we brought things out of the tomb without covers for their special benefit. Our real embarrassment was caused by the numbers of people who, for one reason or another, had to be shown over the tomb itself. This was a difficulty that came upon us so gradually and insidiously that for a long time we none of us realized what the inevitable result must be, but in the end it brought the work practically to a standstill. At the beginning we had, of course, the formal inspections of the departmental officials concerned. These, naturally, we welcomed. In the same way, we were always glad to receive other archaeologists. They had a right to visit the tomb, and we were delighted to show them everything there was to be seen. So far there was no difficulty, and there never would be any difficulty. It was with the letters of introduction that the trouble began. They were written, literally in hundreds, by our friends — we never realized before how many we had — by our friends' friends, by people who had a real claim upon us, and by people who had less than none, for diplomatic reasons, by ministers or departmental officials in Cairo, to say nothing of self-written introductions, which either bluntly demanded admittance to the tomb or showed quite clearly and ingeniously how unreasonable it would be to refuse them. One ingenious person even intercepted a telegraph boy and tried to make the delivery of the message an excuse for getting in. The desire to visit the tomb became an obsession with the tourist, and in the Luxor hotels the question of ways and means became a regular topic of conversation. Those who had seen the tomb boasted of the fact openly, and to many of those who had not, it became a matter of personal pride to effect an introduction somehow. To such lengths were things carried that certain tourist agencies in America actually advertised a trip to Egypt to see the tomb. All this, as may be imagined, put us in a very awkward position. There were certain visitors whom for diplomatic reasons we had to admit, and others whom we could not refuse without giving serious offense, not only to themselves, but to the third parties whose introduction they brought. Where were we to draw the line? Obviously, something had to be done, for, as I said, the whole of the work in the tomb was being rapidly brought to a standstill. Eventually we solved the difficulty by running away. 10 days after the opening of the sealed door, we filled up the tomb, locked and barred the laboratory, and disappeared for a week. This made a complete break. When we resumed work, the tomb itself was irrevocably buried, and we made it a fixed rule that no visits were to be made to the laboratory at all. Now this whole question of visitors is a matter of some delicacy. We have already got into a good deal of hot water over it, and have been accused of lack of consideration, ill manners, selfishness, boorishness, and quite a number of other things, so perhaps it would be as well to make a clear statement of the difficulties involved. These are two. In the first place, the presence of a number of visitors creates serious danger to the objects themselves, danger that we, who are responsible for them, have no right to let them undergo. How could it be otherwise? The tomb is small and crowded, and sooner or later, it actually happened more than once last year, a false step or a hasty movement on the part of a visitor will do some piece of absolutely irreparable damage. It is not the fault of the visitor, for he does not and cannot know the exact position or condition of every object. It is our fault for letting him be there. The unfortunate part of it is that the more interested and the more enthusiastic the visitor is, the more likely he is to be the cause of damage. He gets excited, and in his enthusiasm over one object he is very liable to step back into or knock against another. Even if no actual damage is caused, the passage of large parties of visitors through the tomb stirs up the dust, and that in itself is bad for the objects. That is the first and obvious danger. The second, due to the loss of actual working time that visitors cause, is not so immediately apparent, but it is in some ways even more serious. This will seem a terribly exaggerated view to the individual visitor, who will wonder what difference the half-hour that he or she consumed could make to the whole season's work. Perfectly true, so far as that particular half-hour is concerned, but what of the other 9 visitors or groups of visitors who come on the same day? By strict arithmetic, he and they have occupied 5 hours of our working day. In actual fact, it is considerably more than 5, for in the short intervals between visitors it is impossible to settle down to any serious piece of work. To all intents and purposes, a complete day has been lost. Now, there were many days last season in which we actually did have 10 parties of visitors, and if we had given way to every demand and avoided any possibility of giving offense, there would not have been a day in which we did not far exceed the 10. In other words, there would have been whole weeks at a time in which no work was done at all. As it actually worked out last winter, we gave visitors a quarter of our working season. This resulted in our having to prolong our work into the hot weather a whole month longer than we had intended, and the heat of the valley in May is not a thing to look forward to with equanimity, and is anything but inducive to good work. There was much more at stake, however, than our own personal inconvenience. There was actual danger for the objects themselves. Delicate antiquities are extremely sensitive to any change of temperature, and have to be watched most carefully. In the present case, the change from the close atmosphere of the antechamber to the variable temperature outside and the dry airiness of the tomb we used as a laboratory was a very appreciable one, and certain of the objects were affected by it. It was extremely important that preservatives should be applied at the very first possible moment, and in some cases there was need of experimental treatment, which had to be watched very carefully. The danger of constant interruption is obvious, and I need not labor the point. What would a chemist think if you asked him to break off a delicate experiment to show you round his laboratory? What would be the feelings of a surgeon if you interrupted him in the middle of an operation? And what about the patient? For the matter of that, what would a businessman say, what wouldn't he say, if he had a succession of 10 parties of visitors in the course of the morning, each expecting to be shown all over the office? Yet, surely, the claims of archaeology for consideration are just as great as those of any other form of scientific research, or even, dare I say it, of that of the sacred science of money-making itself. Why, because we carry on our work in unfrequented regions instead of in a crowded city, are we to be considered churlish for objecting to constant interruptions? I suppose the reason really is that in popular opinion archaeology is not work at all. Excavation is a sort of super-tourist amusement, carried out with the excavator's own money, if he is rich enough, or with other people's money if he can persuade them to subscribe it, and all he has to do is to enjoy life in a beautiful winter climate and pay a gang of natives to find things for him. It is the dilettante archaeologist, the man who rarely does any work with his own hands, but is often as not as absent when the actual discovery is made, who is largely responsible for this opinion. The serious excavator's life is frequently monotonous, and, as I hope to show in the next chapter, quite as hard-working as that of any other member of society. I have written more than I intended on this subject, but really it is a very serious matter for us. We have an opportunity in this tomb such as no archaeologists ever had before, but if we are to take full advantage of it, and failure to do so will earn for us the just execration of every future generation of archaeologists, it is absolutely essential that we be left to carry on the work without interruption. It is not as if our visitors were all keen on archaeology, or even mildly interested in it. Too many of them are attracted by mere curiosity, or, even worse, by a desire to visit the tomb because it is the thing to do. They want to be able to talk at large about it to their friends at home, or crow over less fortunate tourists who have not managed to secure an introduction themselves. Can you imagine anything more maddening when you are completely absorbed in a difficult problem than to give up half an hour of your precious time to a visitor who has pulled every conceivable kind of wire to gain admittance, and then to hear him say quite audibly as he goes away, "Well, there wasn't much to see after all"? That actually happened last winter, and more than once. In the coming season there will in any case be much less for visitors to see. It will be absolutely impossible to get into the burial chamber, for every available inch of space will be occupied by scaffolding, and the removal of the shrine, section by section, will be much too ticklish an operation to admit of interruptions. In the laboratory we propose to deal with only one object at a time, which will be packed and got rid of as soon as we have finished with it. 6 cases of objects from the tomb are already on exhibition in the Cairo Museum, and we would earnestly beg visitors to Egypt to content themselves with these, and with what they can see from the outside of the tomb, and not to set their hearts on getting into the tomb itself. Those who are genuinely interested in archaeology for its own sake will be the first to realize that the request is a reasonable one. The others, the idly curious, who look on the tomb as a sideshow and Tutankhamun as a mere topic of conversation, have no rights in the matter and need no consideration. Whatever our discoveries next season may be, we trust that we may be allowed to deal with them in a proper and dignified manner. Chapter 10. Work in the Laboratory. This chapter is dedicated to those, and they are many, who think that an excavator spends his time basking in the sun, pleasantly exhilarated by watching other people work for him, and otherwise relieved from boredom by having baskets full of beautiful antiquities brought up from the bowels of the earth from time to time for him to look at. His actual life is very different, and, as there can be but few who know the details of it, it will be worth our while to give a general outline here before going into the question of the laboratory work of the past season. Incidentally, it will help to explain why this careful laboratory work was necessary. In the first place, it must be clearly understood that there is never any question of having basketfuls of objects brought to the excavator for him to look at. The first and most important rule in excavating is that the archaeologist must remove every antiquity from the ground with his own hands. So much depends upon it. Quite apart from the question of possible damage that might be caused by clumsy fingers, it is very essential that you see the object in situ to gain any evidence you can from the position in which it lies and the relationship it bears to objects near it. For example, there may very likely be dating evidence. How many pieces there are in museums with vague, probably Middle Kingdom kind of labels, which, by reference to the objects with which they were found, might easily have been assigned accurately to the dynasty to which they belonged, or even to the reign of some particular king. There will, again, be evidence of arrangement to be secured, evidence that may show the use for which some particular object was made, or give the details for its ultimate reconstruction. Take, for instance, the tiny fragments of serrated flint which are found in such enormous quantities in town sites of the Middle Kingdom. We can guess their use, and with the label sickle flints they make not uninteresting museum material. Now find, as I have done, a complete sickle lying in the ground, its wooden parts in such condition that a touch will destroy the evidence of its ever having been a sickle at all. Two courses are open to you. By careful handling and the use of preservatives, you may be able to get your sickle out of the ground intact, or if it is too far gone for that, you can at least take the measurements and notes that will enable you to construct the wood anew. In either case, you get a complete museum object, worth, archaeologically, 1,000 times more than the handful of disconnected pieces of flint that you would otherwise have secured. This is a simple illustration of the importance of field evidence. We shall have other and more striking instances to record when we come to deal with the different classes of material. One other matter before we pass on. By noting the exact position of an object or group of objects, you can not infrequently secure evidence that will enable you to make a find of similar objects elsewhere. Foundation deposits are a case in point. In every construction, the arrangement of the deposits followed a regular system, and, having found one, it is a simple matter to put your finger upon the others. An excavator, then, must see every object in position, must make careful notes before it is moved, and, if necessary, must apply preservative treatment on the spot. Obviously, under these conditions it is all important for you to keep in close touch with your excavations. Holiday trips and days off are out of the question. While the work is actually running, you must be on the spot all day, and available at all hours of the day. Your workmen must know where to find you at any given moment, and must have a perfectly clear understanding that the news of a discovery must be passed on to you without any delay. In the case of an important discovery, you will probably know something has happened before you actually get the report, for, in Egypt particularly, the news will have spread almost instantaneously, and have had a curious psychological effect upon your entire gang of workmen. They will be working differently, not necessarily harder, but differently, and much more silently. The ordinary work songs will have ceased. A smaller discovery you will frequently sense in advance from the behavior of the man who brings the message. Nothing would induce him to come straight to you and tell you openly what he has found. At all costs he must make a mystery of it, so he hovers about in a thoroughly self-conscious manner, thereby advertising to the world at large exactly what has happened, and eventually makes himself still more conspicuous by beckoning you aside and whispering his news. Even then it will be difficult to get any but the vaguest of reports out of him, and it will probably not be until you have reached the actual spot that you find out exactly what has been found. This is due largely to an Egyptian's love of mystery for its own sake. The same man will tell his friends all about the find on the first opportunity, but it is part of the game to pretend that they must know nothing about it at the time. Partly, too, to excitement. Not that he takes any real interest in the objects themselves, but because he looks on them in the light of a gamble. Most excavators work on what is known as the bakshish system. That is to say, they pay their workmen rewards, over and above their wages, for anything they find. It is not an ideal arrangement, but it has two advantages. It helps to ensure the safety of the objects, particularly the small, easily concealed ones, which may be most valuable to you for dating purposes. And it makes the men keener about their work, and more careful about the manner in which they carry it out, the reward being more for the safe handling than for the value of the object. For these, and for many other reasons which we could mention, it is all important for you to keep close to your work, and, even if nothing is being found at the moment, you will not have much time to be idle. To begin with, every tomb, every building, every broken wall even, must be noted, and if you are dealing with pit tombs, this may involve considerable gymnastic exercise. The pits may range anywhere from 10 to 120 feet in depth, and I calculated once that in the course of a single season I had climbed, hand over hand, up half a mile of rope. Then there is photography. Every object of any archaeological value must be photographed before it is moved, and in many cases a series of exposures must be made to mark the various stages in the clearing. Many of these photographs will never be used, but you can never tell but that some question may arise, whereby a seemingly useless negative may become a record of the utmost value. Photography is absolutely essential on every side, and it is perhaps the most exacting of all the duties that an excavator has to face. On a particular piece of work I have taken and developed as many as 50 negatives in a single day. Whenever possible, these particular branches of the work, surveying and photography, should be in the hands of separate experts. The man in charge will then have time to devote himself to what we may call the finer points of excavation. He will be able to play with his work, as a brother digger expressed it. In every excavation, puzzles and problems constantly present themselves, and it is only by going constantly over the ground, looking at it from every point of view, and scrutinizing it in every kind of light, that you will be able to arrive at a solution of some of these problems. The meaning of a complex of walls, the evidence of reconstruction of a building, or of a change in plan on the part of the original architect, the significance of a change of level, where the remains of a later period have been superimposed upon those of an earlier one, the purport of some peculiarity in the surface debris or in the stratification of a mound, these and a score of others are the questions that an excavator has to face, and it is upon his ability to answer them that he will stand or fall as an archaeologist. Then, again, if he is freed from the labor of survey and photography, he will be able to devote more time and thought to the general organization of the work, and by that means to effect considerable economies both in time and money. Many £100 has been wasted by lack of system, and many an excavator has had to clear away his own dumps because he failed in the first instance to exercise a little forethought. The question of the distribution of the workmen is one that needs careful attention, and great wastage of labor can be avoided by moving men around from one place to another exactly when and where they are wanted, and never leaving more on a particular section of the work than are actually needed to keep it running smoothly. The number of laborers that an excavator can keep up with single-handed will depend naturally on the conditions of the work. On a big and more or less unproductive undertaking, such as pyramid clearing, he can look after an almost indefinite number. On rock-cut tombs he can perhaps keep pace with 50, whereas on shallow graves, a pre-dynastic cemetery for example, 10 will keep him uncomfortably busy. The number of men who can be employed is also largely dependent on the type of site and formation of the locality of the excavation. So much for the outdoor duties, the actual conduct of his excavations. There are plenty of other jobs to be done, and his off hours and evenings will be very fully occupied if he is to keep on terms with his work. His notes, his running plans, and the registration of the objects must be kept thoroughly up to date. There are the photographs to be developed, prints to be made, and a register kept, both of negatives and prints. There will be broken objects to be mended, objects in delicate condition to be treated, restorations to be considered, and beadwork to be rethreaded. Then comes the indoor photography, for each individual object must be photographed to scale, and in some cases from several points of view. The list could be extended almost indefinitely, and would include a number of jobs that would seem to have but a remote connection with archaeology, such as account-keeping, doctoring the men, and settling their disputes. The workmen naturally have 1 day a week off, and the excavator will very likely begin the season with the idea that he too will take a weekly holiday. He will usually be obliged to abandon the idea after the first week, for he will find in this off day too good an opportunity to waste of catching up with the 101 jobs that have got ahead of him. Such, in broad outline, is the life of the excavator. There are certain details of his work, more particularly those which have to do with note-taking and first-aid preservation of the different classes of objects, which we should like to dwell on at somewhat greater length. These are subjects which the ordinary reader will probably know little about, and they will be well illustrated in our description of the laboratory work of the past season. Woodwork, for instance, is seldom in good condition and presents many problems. Damp and the white ant are its chief foes, and in unfavorable conditions nothing will be left of the wood but a heap of black dust, or a shell which crumbles at the touch. In the one case an entry in your notes to the effect that wood has been present is the most that you can do, but in the other there will generally be a certain amount of information to be gleaned. Measurements can certainly be secured, and the painted remains of an inscription, which may give you the name of the owner of the object, and which a single breath of wind or touch of the surface would be sufficient to efface, can be copied, if taken in hand, without delay. Again, there will be cases in which the wooden frame or core of an object has decayed away, leaving scattered remains of the decoration, ivory, gold, faience, or what not, which originally covered its surface. By careful notes of the exact relative positions of this fallen decoration, supplemented by a subsequent fitting and piecing together, it will often be possible to work out the exact size and shape of the object. Then, by applying the original decoration to a new wooden core, you will have, instead of a miscellaneous collection of ivory, gold, and faience fragments, useless for any purpose, an object which for all practical purposes is as good as new. Preservation of wood, unless it be in the very last stage of decay, is always possible by application of melted paraffin wax. By this means an object, which otherwise would have fallen to pieces, can be rendered perfectly solid and fit to handle. The condition of wood naturally varies according to the site, and, fortunately for us, Luxor is in this respect perhaps the most favorable site in the whole of Egypt. We had trouble with the wood from the present tomb, but it arose not from the condition in which we originally found it, but from subsequent shrinkage owing to a change of atmosphere. This in an object of plain wood is not such a serious matter, but the Egyptians were extremely fond of applying a thin layer of gesso, on which prepared surface they painted scenes or made use of an overlay of gold foil. Naturally, as the wood shrank, the gesso covering began to loosen up and buckle, and there was considerable danger that large parts of the surface might be lost. The problem is a difficult one. It is a perfectly easy matter to fix paint or gold foil to the gesso, but ordinary preservatives will not fix gesso to the wood. Here, again, as we shall show, we had recourse eventually to paraffin wax. The condition of textiles varies. Cloth in some cases is so strong that it might have come fresh from the loom, whereas in others it has been reduced by damp almost to the consistency of soot. In the present tomb the difficulty of handling it was considerably increased, both by the rough usage to which it had been subjected, and by the fact that so many of the garments were covered with a decoration of gold rosettes and beadwork. Beadwork is in itself a complicated problem, and will perhaps tax an excavator's patience more than any other material with which he has to deal. There is so much of it. The Egyptians were passionately fond of beads, and it is by no means exceptional to find upon a single mummy an equipment consisting of a number of necklaces, 2 or 3 collars, a girdle or 2, and a full set of bracelets and anklets. In such a case many thousands of beads will have been employed. Therein lies the test of patience, for in the recovery and restoration of this beadwork every single bead will have to be handled at least twice. Very careful work will be necessary to secure the original arrangement of the beads. The threads that held them together will all have rotted away, but nevertheless they will be lying for the most part in their correct relative positions, and by carefully blowing away the dust, it may be possible to follow the whole length of necklace or collar and secure the exact order of the beads. Rethreading may be done in situ as each section is laid bare. On a many-stringed girdle I once had 12 needles and thread going simultaneously. Or, better still, the beads may be transferred one by one to a piece of cardboard on which a thin layer of plasticine has been spread. This has the advantage that gaps of the required length can be left for missing or doubtfully placed beads. In very elaborate objects, where it is not possible to thread the beads as they are found, careful notes must be made, the restringing being done later, not in exact order, bead for bead, but in accordance with the original pattern and design. A tedious business this restringing will be, and a good deal of experimental work will probably be necessary before you arrive at the correct method of dealing with the particular problem. In a collar, for example, it may be necessary to have 3 independent threading strings to every bead, if the rows are to lie smoothly in place. Restoration of missing or broken parts will sometimes be necessary if a reconstruction is to be effected. I once found a set of bracelets and anklets in which the rows of beads had been separated by perforated bars of wood covered with gold foil. The wood of which these separators was composed had entirely gone, leaving the gold foil shells, so I cut new pieces of wood to the shape, burnt out perforation holes with a red-hot needle, and covered the new bars with the original gold. Such restorations, based on actual evidence, are perfectly legitimate, and well worth the trouble. You will have secured for your museum, in place of a trayful of meaningless beads, or worse still, a purely arbitrary and fanciful reconstruction, an object, attractive in itself, which has very considerable archaeological value. Papyrus is frequently difficult to handle, and in its treatment more crimes have been committed than in any other branch of archaeology. If in fairly sound condition, it should be wrapped in a damp cloth for a few hours, and then it can easily be straightened out under glass. Rolls that are torn and brittle, sure to separate into a number of small pieces during the process of unwrapping, should never be tackled unless you have plenty of time and space at your disposal. Careful and systematic work will ensure the correct spacing of almost all the fragments, whereas a desultory sorting, carried out in the intervals of other work, and perhaps by various hands, will never achieve a satisfactory result, and may end in the destruction of much valuable evidence. If only the Turin papyrus, for instance, had received careful treatment when it was first found, what a wealth of information it would have given us, and what heart-burnings we should have been saved. Stone, as a rule, presents few difficulties in the field. Limestone will certainly contain salt, which must be soaked out of it, but this is a problem that can be taken in hand later in the museum and need not detain us here. In the same way, faience, pottery, and metal objects can usually be left for later treatment. We are only concerned here with work that must be carried out on the spot. Detailed and copious notes should be taken at every stage of this preliminary work. It is difficult to take too many, for, though a thing may be perfectly clear to you at the moment, it by no means follows that it will be when the time comes for you to work over your material. In tomb work, as many notes as possible should be made while everything is still in position. Then, when you begin clearing, card and pencil should be kept handy, and every fresh item of evidence should be noted immediately you run across it. You are tempted so often to put off making the note until you have finished the actual piece of work on which you are engaged, but it is dangerous. Something will intervene, and as likely as not, that particular note will never be made at all. Now let us move to the laboratory, and put into practice some of the theories that we have been elaborating. It will be remembered that it was the tomb of Seti II, number 15 in the Wilkinson Catalogue of Tomb Numbers, that had been selected for us, and here we had established ourselves with our note cards and our preservatives. The tomb was long and narrow, so that only the first bay could be used for practical work, the inner, darker part being serviceable merely as storage space. As the objects were brought in, they were deposited, still in their stretchers, in the middle section, and covered up until they should be wanted. Each in turn was brought up to the working bay for examination. There, after the surface dust had been cleared off, measurements, complete archaeological notes, and copies of inscriptions were entered on the filing cards. The necessary mending and preservative treatment followed, after which it was taken just outside the entrance for scale photographs to be made. Finally, having passed through all these stages, the object was stored away in the innermost recesses of the tomb to await the final packing. In the majority of cases, no attempt at final treatment was made. It was manifestly impossible. For months, probably years of reconstructive work are necessary if full use is to be made of the material. All we could do here was to apply preliminary treatment, sufficient in any event to enable the object to support a journey in safety. Final restorations must be made in the museum, and they will need a far more fully equipped laboratory and a much larger staff of skilled helpers than we could ever hope to achieve in the valley. As the season advanced and the laboratory grew more and more crowded, it became increasingly difficult to keep track of the work, and it was only by close attention to detail and strict adherence to a very definite order of procedure that we managed to keep clear of complications. As each object arrived, its registration number was noted in an entry book, and in the same book a record was kept of the successive stages of its treatment. Each of the primary objects had been given its own registration number in the tomb, but as these were worked over in the laboratory, an elaborate system of sub-numbering became necessary. A box, for instance, might contain 50 objects. any one of which must be clearly identifiable at all times, and these we distinguished by letters of the alphabet, or, where necessary, by a combination of letters. Constant care was necessary to keep these smaller objects from being separated from their identification tickets, especially in cases where protracted treatment was required. Not infrequently it happened that the component parts of a single object scattered in the tomb were entered under 2 or more numbers, and in this case cross-references in the notes were necessary. Note cards, as completed, were filed away in cabinets, and in these filing cabinets we had, by the end of the season, a complete history of every object from the tomb, including 1. Measurements, scale drawings, and archaeological notes. 2. Notes on the inscriptions by Dr. Allen Gardiner. 3. Notes by Mr. Lucas on the preservative treatment employed. 4. A photograph showing the position of the object in the tomb. 5. A scale photograph or a series of photographs of the object itself. 6. In the case of boxes, a series of views showing the different stages in the clearing. So much for our system of work. Let us turn now to the individual treatment of a selected number of the antiquities. The first that required treatment in the laboratory was the wonderful painted casket, number 21 in our register, and if we had searched the whole tomb through, we should have been hard put to it to find a single object that presented a greater number of problems. For this reason, it will be worth our while to give a detailed description of its treatment. Our first care was for the casket itself, which was coated with gesso and covered from top to bottom with brilliantly painted scenes. With the exception of a slight widening of the joints owing to shrinkage, the wood was in perfect condition. The gesso had chipped a little at the corners and along the cracks, but was still in a reasonably firm state, and the paint, though a little discolored in places, was perfectly fast and showed no signs of rubbing. It seemed as though but little treatment was necessary. The surface dust was removed, the discoloration of the painted surfaces was reduced with benzine, and the whole exterior of the casket was sprayed with a solution of celluloid in amyl acetate to fix the gesso to the wood, particular attention being paid to tender places at the cracks. At the moment this seemed to be all that was required, but it was our first experience of the wood and gesso combination from the tomb, and we were to be disillusioned. 3 or 4 weeks later we noticed that the joint cracks were getting wider, and that the gesso in other places was showing a tendency to buckle. It was clear enough what was happening. Owing to the change of temperature from the close, humid atmosphere of the tomb to the dry airiness of the laboratory, the wood had begun to shrink once more, and the gesso, not being able to follow it, was coming away from the wood altogether. The position was serious, for we were in danger of losing large parts of the painted surface. Drastic measures were necessary, and after much discussion we decided on the use of melted paraffin wax. Courage was needed to take the step, but we were thoroughly justified by the result, for the wax penetrated the materials and held everything firm, and, so far from the colors being affected, as we had feared, it seemed to make them more brilliant than before. We used this process later on a number of other objects of wood and gesso, and found it extremely satisfactory. It is important that the surface should be heated, and that the wax should be brought as near to boiling point as possible, otherwise it will chill and refuse to penetrate. Failing an oven, we found the Egyptian sun quite hot enough for the purpose. Surplus wax can be removed by the application of heat, or by the use of benzine. There is another advantage in the process, in that blisters in the gesso can be pressed down into place again when the wax is still warm, and will hold quite firmly. In very bad cases it may be necessary to fill the blister in from behind by means of hot wax supplied by a pipette. So much for the outside of the casket. Now let us remove the lid and see what the inside has in store for us. This is an exciting moment, for there are beautiful things everywhere, and, thanks to the hurried repacking carried out by the officials, there is nothing to forewarn us as to what the contents of any individual box may be. In this particular case, by reference to the four views on plates 34 and 35, the reader can himself follow the successive stages in the clearing, and it will give him some idea of the difficulty of handling the material if I explain that it took me 3 weeks of hard work to get to the bottom of the box. The first photograph was taken immediately after the lid had been removed and before anything was touched. On the right there is a pair of rush and papyrus sandals in perfect condition, below them just showing a gilt headrest, and lower again a confused mass of cloth, leather, and gold, of which we can make nothing as yet. On the left, crumpled into a bundle, there is a magnificent royal robe, and in the upper corner there are roughly shaped beads of dark resin. The robe it was that presented us with our first problem, a problem that was constantly to recur, how best to handle cloth that crumpled at the touch, and yet was covered with elaborate and heavy decoration. In this particular case, the whole surface of the robe is covered with a network of faience beads, with a gold sequin filling in every alternate square in the net. These, beads and sequins, had originally been sewn to the cloth, but are now loose. A great many of them are upside down, the releasing of the tension when the thread snapped having evidently caused them to spring. At the borders of the robe, they are underneath and do not show in the photograph, there are bands of tiny glass beads of various colors, arranged in patterns. The upper layer of cloth was very deceptive in appearance. It looked reasonably solid, but if one tried to lift it, it fell to pieces in one's hand. Below, where it had been in contact with other things, the condition was much worse. This question of cloth and its treatment was enormously complicated for us in the present tomb by the rough usage to which it had been subjected. Had it been spread out flat, or neatly folded, it would have been a comparatively simple matter to deal with it. We should, as a matter of fact, have had an easier task if it had been allowed to remain strewn about the floor of the chamber, as the plunderers had left it. Nothing could have been worse for our purposes than the treatment it had undergone in the tidying up process, in which the various garments had been crushed, bundled, and interfolded, and packed tightly into boxes with a mixture of other, and, in some cases, most incongruous objects. In the case of this present robe, it would have been perfectly simple to solidify the whole of the upper layer and remove it in one piece, but this was a process to which there were serious objections. It involved, firstly, a certain amount of danger to whatever might lie beneath, for in the unpacking of these boxes we had to be continually on our guard, lest, in our enthusiasm over the treatment or removal of an object, we might inflict damage on a still more valuable one which lay under it. Then again, if we made the upper part of the robe solid, we should seriously have reduced the chances of extracting evidence as to size and shape, to say nothing of the details of ornamentation. In dealing with all these robes there were two alternatives before us. Something had to be sacrificed, and we had to make up our minds whether it should be the cloth or the decoration. It would have been quite possible, by the use of preservatives, to secure large pieces of the cloth, but, in the process, we should inevitably have disarranged and damaged the bead ornamentation that lay below. On the other hand, by sacrificing the cloth, picking it carefully away piece by piece, we could recover, as a rule, the whole scheme of decoration. This was the plan we usually adopted. Later, in the museum, it will be possible to make a new garment of the exact size, to which the original ornamentation, beadwork, gold sequins, or whatever it may be, can be applied. Restorations of this kind will be far more useful, and have a much greater archaeological value than a few irregularly shaped pieces of preserved cloth and a collection of loose beads and sequins. The size of the robe from this casket can be worked out with reasonable accuracy from the ornamentation. At the lower hem there was a band, composed of tiny beads arranged in a pattern of which we were able to secure the exact details. From this band there hung, at equal intervals, a series of bead strings with a large pendant at the end of each string. We can thus calculate the circumference of the hem by multiplying the space between the strings by the number of pendants. That gives us the width of the robe. Now we can calculate the total area of decoration from the number of gold sequins employed, and if we divide this total area by our known circumference at the bottom, we shall arrive at a fairly accurate approximation of the height. This naturally presupposes that our robe is the same width throughout, a method of cutting borne out by a number of undecorated garments, of which we were able to secure the exact measurements. This has been a long digression, but it was necessary to show the nature of the problem with which we had to deal. We can return to the casket now, and really begin to explore its contents. First of all, we removed the rush sandals, which were in beautifully firm condition and presented no difficulties. Plate 34, B. Next came the gilt headrest, and then, very carefully, we removed the robe. One large portion of its upper surface we managed to take out whole by the aid of a celluloid solution, and short lengths of the band decorations of small beads we preserved in wax for future reference. The third photograph, plate 35C, shows what we may call the second layer of the casket's contents. Here, to begin with, were 3 pairs of sandals, or rather, to be accurate, 2 pairs of sandals and a pair of loose slippers. These were of leather, elaborately decorated with gold, and of wonderful workmanship. 2 of them are shown on plate 36. Unfortunately, their condition left much to be desired. They had suffered from their packing in the first place, but, worse than that, some of the leather had melted and run, gluing the sandals together and fastening them to other objects, making their extraction from the box a matter of extreme difficulty. So much of the leather had perished that the question of restoration became a serious problem. We secured the gold ornamentation that still remained in place with a solution of Canada balsam, and strengthened them generally as far as we could, but eventually it will probably be better to make new sandals and apply the old decoration to them. Beneath the sandals there was a mass of decayed cloth, much of it of the consistency of soot, thickly spangled throughout with rosettes and sequins of gold and silver. This, sad to relate, represents a number of royal robes. The difficulty of trying to extract any intelligible record from it can be imagined, but a certain amount of assistance was given by the differences in the sizes and shapes of the sequins. There were at least 7 distinct garments. One was an imitation leopard skin cloak in cloth, with gilt head and spots and claws of silver. See last photograph of the series, plate 35D. While 2 of the others were head-dresses, made in the semblance of hawks with outstretched wings, of the type shown in plate 78. Bundled in with the actual garments, there were a number of other objects: 2 faience collarets of beads and pendants, 2 caps or bags of tiny beadwork which had almost entirely fallen to pieces, a wooden tag inscribed in hieratic, papyrus, sandals of His Majesty, a glove of plain linen, an archer's gauntlet, tapestry woven in colored thread, a double necklace of large flat faience beads, see plate 35D, and a number of linen belts or scarves. Below the garments there was a layer of rolls and pads of cloth, some of which were loincloths and others mere bandages, and below these again, resting on the bottom of the box, there were 2 boards, perforated at one end for hanging, whose purpose is still doubtful. With very few exceptions, the rush sandals are a case in point, the garments it contained were those of a child. Our first idea was that the king might have kept stored away the clothes he wore as a boy, But later, on one of the belts and on the sequence of one of the robes, we found the royal cartouche. He must, then, have worn them after he became king, from which it would seem to follow that he was quite a young boy when he succeeded to the throne. Another interesting piece of evidence in this connection is supplied by the fact that on the lid of one of the other boxes there is a docket which reads, "The King's side lock as a boy." The question raises an interesting historical point, and we shall be eager to see, when the time comes, the evidence of age that the mummy will supply. Certainly, whenever the king appears upon the tomb furniture, he is represented as little more than a youth. One other point with regard to the robes found in this and other boxes. Many of them are decorated with patterns in colored linen threads. Some of these are examples of tapestry weaving, similar to the fragments found in the tomb of Thothmes IV, but there were also undoubted cases of applied needlework. The material from this tomb will be of extreme importance to the history of textile art, and it needs a very careful study. We shall not have space here to describe the unpacking of the other boxes, but all were in the same jumbled state, and all had the same queer mixture of incongruous objects. Many of them contained from 50 to 60 individual pieces, each requiring its own registration card, and there was never any lack of excitement in the unpacking, for you never knew when you might not happen upon a magnificent gold scarab, a statuette, or a beautiful piece of jewelry. It was slow work, naturally, for hours at a time had to be spent working out with brush and bellows the exact order and arrangement of collar, necklace, or gold decoration, covered, as they ordinarily were, with the dust of decayed cloth. The collars were a frequent source of trouble. We found 8 in all, of the Tel el Amarna leaf and flower type, and it needed great care and patience to work out the exact arrangement of the different types of pendants. One of these is shown on plate 39, laid out loosely on ground glass to be photographed. They still need quite a lot of treatment to bring them back to their original colors, and there will have to be a certain amount of restoration of the broken and missing parts before they are ready for the final restringing. In one case we were lucky, for an elaborate 3-string necklace, with a gilt pectoral at one end and a scarab pendant at the other, lay flat upon the bottom of a box, so that we were able to remove it bead by bead and restring it on the spot in its exact original order. Plate 40. The most elaborate piece of reconstruction that we had to do was in connection with the corselet, which has been referred to more than once. This was a very elaborate affair, consisting of 4 separate parts: the corselet proper, inlaid with gold and carnelian, with border bands and braces of gold and colored inlay; a collar with conventional imitation of beads in gold, carnelian, and green and blue faience; and 2 magnificent pectorals of open-work gold with colored inlay, one for the chest, the other to hang behind as make-weight. Corselets of this type are depicted commonly enough on the monuments, and were evidently frequently worn, but we have never before been lucky enough to find a complete example. Unfortunately, the parts of it were sadly scattered, and there were points in the reconstruction of which we could not be absolutely certain. Most of it was found in box 54, but, as we have already stated in chapter 7, there were also parts of it in the small gold shrine and in boxes 101 and 115, and single pieces from it were found scattered on the floor of the antechamber, passage, and staircase. It was interesting working out the way in which it all fitted together, and the photographs on plate 38 show our tentative reconstruction. In plate 37 we see the corselet proper as it lay in box 54, resting upon a number of faience libation vases. This gave us the pattern and arrangement, with its upper and lower bands of inlaid gold plaques, and we were also able to recover from it its exact height in 2 or 3 separate places, and the fact that it was not the same height all the way round. It showed us, besides, that the upper row of the collar was joined on to the gold plaque brace bands, and that the gold bars fitted at the shoulders to the top of the brace bands. The exact order of the collar was recovered from the parts found in the gold shrine. The pectorals were also in the gold shrine, lying beside the collar sections, and that they actually fitted to the collar was proved by the curve of their upper edges. There were other gold bars in addition to those for the shoulders, and the perforated thread holes in these, corresponding exactly with the holes in the scales, showed that they must have belonged to the corselet proper. These bars, and the shoulder bars alike, were held together by sliding pins, to be adjusted after the corselet was in position. Our present reconstruction is purely a tentative one, put together for photographic purposes, but the only really doubtful point in it is whether the gold bars fit to the front and back of the corselet, as they are here shown, or to its sides. The reason we have placed them in this position is that the bars are of different sizes, and by no combination is it possible to make the two equal lengths which the sides would require. The front and back of the corselet, on the other hand, we know were of different lengths. There are still a number of pieces missing, and these we hope may still turn up in the innermost chamber or in the annex. The greater part of our winter's work in the laboratory was concerned with the boxes, working out and sorting over their confused jumble of contents. The single, larger objects were much easier to deal with. Some were in very good condition, requiring nothing but surface cleaning and noting, but there were others which needed a certain amount of attention, if only minor repairs, to make them fit for transport. In all our mending we had constant recourse to our box of floor sweepings, fragments recovered by sweeping up and sifting the last layer of dust from the floor both of the antechamber and entrance passage, and not infrequently we found there the piece of inlay, or whatever it might be, for which we were looking. The chariots we have not yet made any attempt to deal with. That must be done in Cairo later on, for they are in a great many sections, and their sorting and treatment will require very considerable working space, much more space than we can possibly arrange for in the valley. As I explained earlier in the chapter, the restoration and study of the material from this tomb will provide work for all of us for many years to come. In the field, preliminary work is as much as we can hope to do. At the end of the season there came the question of packing, always an anxious business, but doubly so in this case, owing to the enormous value of the material. Protection from dust as well as from actual damage was an important point, so every object was completely wrapped in cotton wool or cloth or both before it was placed in its box. Delicate surfaces, such as the parts of the throne, the legs of the chairs and beds, or the bows and staves, were swathed in narrow bandages, in case anything should work loose in transit. Very fragile objects, like the funerary bouquets and the sandals, which would not bear ordinary packing, were laid in bran. Great care was taken to keep the antiquities in strictly classified groups, textiles all in one box, jewelry all in another, and so on. There may well be a delay of a year or two before some of the boxes are unpacked, and it will be a great saving of time and labor if all the objects of one type are in a single box. 89 boxes in all were packed, but to lessen the danger in transit, these were enclosed within 34 heavy packing cases. Then came the question of transport. At the river bank a steam barge was waiting, sent by the Department of Antiquities, but between the laboratory and the river stretched a distance of 5½ miles of rough road, with awkward curves and dangerous gradients. 3 possibilities of transport were open to us: camels, hand porterage, and Decauville railway, and we decided on the third as least likely to jar the cases. They were loaded, accordingly, on a number of flat cars, and by the evening of May 13th they were ready to begin their journey down the valley, the road by which they had passed, under such different circumstances, 3,000 years before. At daybreak on the following morning the cars began to move. Now, when we talk of railways, the reader must not imagine that we had a line laid down for us all the way to the river, for a permanent way would take many months to construct. We had, on the contrary, to lay it as we went, carrying the rails round in a continuous chain as the cars moved forward. 50 laborers were engaged in the work, and each had his particular job, pushing the cars, laying the rails, or bringing up the spare ones from behind. It sounds a tedious process, but it is wonderful how fast the ground can be covered. By 10 o'clock on the morning of the 15th, 15 hours of actual work, the whole distance had been accomplished, and the cases were safely stowed upon the barge. There were some anxious moments in the rough valley road, but nothing untoward happened, and the fact that the whole operation was carried out in such a short time and without any kind of mishap is a fine testimonial to the zeal of our workmen. I may add that the work was carried out under a scorching sun, with a shade temperature of considerably over 100, the metal rails under these conditions being almost too hot to touch. On the river journey the cases were in charge of an escort of soldiers supplied by the mudir of the province, and after a 7-day journey all arrived safely in Cairo. There we unpacked a few of the more valuable objects to be placed on immediate exhibition. The rest of the cases remain stored in the museum until such time as we shall be able to take in hand the question of final restorations. Chapter 11. The Opening of the Sealed Door. By the middle of February our work in the antechamber was finished. With the exception of the 2 sentinel statues, left for a special reason, all its contents had been removed to the laboratory, every inch of its floor had been swept and sifted for the last bead or fallen piece of inlay, and it now stood bare and empty. We were ready at last to penetrate the mystery of the sealed door. Friday the 17th was the day appointed, and at 2 o'clock those who were to be privileged to witness the ceremony met by appointment above the tomb. They included Lord Carnarvon, Lady Evelyn Herbert, His Excellency Abdel Halim Pasha Suleiman, Minister of Public Works, Monsieur Lacau, Director General of the Service of Antiquities, Sir William Garstin, Sir Charles Cust, Mr. Lithgow, Curator of the Egyptian Department of the Metropolitan Museum, New York, Professor Breasted, Dr. Alan Gardiner, Mr. Winlock, the Honorable Mervyn Herbert, the Honorable Richard Bethell, Mr. Engelbach, Chief Inspector of the Department of Antiquities, 3 Egyptian inspectors of the Department of Antiquities, the representative of the Government Press Bureau, and the members of the staff, about 20 persons in all. By 2:15 the whole company had assembled, so we removed our coats and filed down the sloping passage into the tomb. In the antechamber everything was prepared and ready, and to those who had not visited it since the original opening of the tomb, it must have presented a strange sight. We had screened the statues with boarding to protect them from possible damage, and between them we had erected a small platform, just high enough to enable us to reach the upper part of the doorway, having determined, as the safest plan, to work from the top downwards. A short distance back from the platform there was a barrier, and beyond, knowing that there might be hours of work ahead of us, we had provided chairs for the visitors. On either side standards had been set up for our lamps, their light shining full upon the doorway. Looking back, we realize what a strange, incongruous picture the chamber must have presented, but at the time I question whether such an idea even crossed our minds. One thought, and one only, was possible. There before us lay the sealed door, and with its opening we were to blot out the centuries and stand in the presence of a king who reigned 3,000 years ago. My own feelings, as I mounted the platform, were a strange mixture, and it was with a trembling hand that I struck the first blow. My first care was to locate the wooden lintel above the door. Then very carefully I chipped away the plaster and picked out the small stones which formed the uppermost layer of the filling. The temptation to stop and peer inside at every moment was irresistible, and when after about 10 minutes of work I had made a hole large enough to enable me to do so, I inserted an electric torch. An astonishing sight its light revealed, for there, within a yard of the doorway, stretching as far as one could see, and blocking the entrance to the chamber, stood what to all appearance was a solid wall of gold. For the moment there was no clue as to its meaning, so as quickly as I dared I set to work to widen the hole. This had now become an operation of considerable difficulty, for the stones of the masonry were not accurately squared blocks, built regularly upon one another, but rough slabs of varying size, some so heavy that it took all one's strength to lift them. Many of them, too, as the weight above was removed, were left so precariously balanced that the least false movement would have sent them sliding inwards to crash upon the contents of the chamber below. We were also endeavoring to preserve the seal impressions upon the thick mortar of the outer face, and this added considerably to the difficulty of handling the stones. Mace and Calendar were helping me by this time, and each stone was cleared on a regular system. With a crowbar I gently eased it up, Mace holding it to prevent it falling forwards. Then he and I lifted it out and passed it back to Calendar, who transferred it onto one of the foremen, and so by a chain of workmen up the passage and out of the tomb altogether. With the removal of a very few stones the mystery of the golden wall was solved. We were at the entrance of the actual burial chamber of the king, and that which barred our way was the side of an immense gilt shrine built to cover and protect the sarcophagus. It was visible now from the antechamber by the light of the standard lamps, and as stone after stone was removed, and its gilded surface came gradually into view, we could, as though by electric current, feel the tingle of excitement which thrilled the spectators behind the barrier. The photographs on plates 43 and 44, taken during the progress of the work, will give the reader some idea of what they actually saw. We who were doing the work were probably less excited, for our whole energies were taken up with the task at hand, that of removing the blocking without an accident. The fall of a single stone might have done irreparable damage to the delicate surface of the shrine, so, directly the hole was large enough, we made an additional protection for it by inserting a mattress on the inner side of the door blocking, suspending it from the wooden lintel of the doorway. 2 hours of hard work it took us to clear away the blocking, or at least as much of it as was necessary for the moment, and at one point, when near the bottom, we had to delay operations for a space, while we collected the scattered beads from a necklace brought by the plunderers from the chamber within and dropped upon the threshold. This last was a terrible trial to our patience, for it was a slow business, and we were all of us excited to see what might be within. But finally it was done, the last stones were removed, and the way to the innermost chamber lay open before us. In clearing away the blocking of the doorway, we had discovered that the level of the inner chamber was about 4 feet lower than that of the antechamber, and this, combined with the fact that there was but a narrow space between door and shrine, made an entrance by no means easy to effect. Fortunately, there were no smaller antiquities at this end of the chamber, so I lowered myself down, and then, taking one of the portable lights, I edged cautiously to the corner of the shrine and looked beyond it. At the corner 2 beautiful alabaster vases blocked the way, but I could see that if these were removed we should have a clear path to the other end of the chamber, so, carefully marking the spot on which they stood, I picked them up. With the exception of the king's wishing cup, they were of finer quality and more graceful shape than any we had yet found, and passed them back to the antechamber. Lord Carnarvon and Monsieur Lacau now joined me, and, picking our way along the narrow passage between shrine and wall, paying out the wire of our light behind us, we investigated further. It was beyond any question the sepulchral chamber in which we stood, for there, towering above us, was one of the great gilt shrines beneath which kings were laid. So enormous was this structure, 17 feet by 11 feet and 9 feet high, we found afterwards, that it filled within a little the entire area of the chamber, a space of some 2 feet only separating it from the walls on all 4 sides, while its roof, with cornice top and torus moulding, reached almost to the ceiling. From top to bottom it was overlaid with gold, and upon its sides there were inlaid panels of brilliant blue faience, in which were represented, repeated over and over, the magic symbols which would ensure its strength and safety. Around the shrine, resting upon the ground, there were a number of funerary emblems, and at the north end the 7 magic oars the king would need to ferry himself across the waters of the underworld. The walls of the chamber, unlike those of the antechamber, were decorated with brightly painted scenes and inscriptions, brilliant in their colors, but evidently somewhat hastily executed. These last details we must have noticed subsequently, for at the time our one thought was of the shrine and of its safety. Had the thieves penetrated within it and disturbed the royal burial? Here on the eastern end were the great folding doors, closed and bolted, but not sealed, that would answer the question for us. Eagerly we drew the bolts, swung back the doors, and there within was a second shrine with similar bolted doors, and upon the bolts a seal, intact. This seal we determined not to break, for our doubts were resolved, and we could not penetrate further without risk of serious damage to the monument. I think at the moment we did not even want to break the seal, for a feeling of intrusion had descended heavily upon us with the opening of the doors, heightened probably by the almost painful impressiveness of a linen pole, decorated with golden rosettes, which drooped above the inner shrine. We felt that we were in the presence of the dead king, and must do him reverence, and in imagination could see the doors of the successive shrines open one after the other till the innermost disclosed the king himself. Carefully, and as silently as possible, we reclosed the great swing doors, and passed on to the farther end of the chamber. Here a surprise awaited us, for a low door, eastwards from the sepulchral chamber, gave entrance to yet another chamber, smaller than the outer ones and not so lofty. This doorway, unlike the others, had not been closed and sealed. We were able, from where we stood, to get a clear view of the whole of the contents, and a single glance sufficed to tell us that here, within this little chamber, lay the greatest treasures of the tomb. Facing the doorway, on the farther side, stood the most beautiful monument that I have ever seen, so lovely that it made one gasp with wonder and admiration. The central portion of it consisted of a large shrine-shaped chest, completely overlaid with gold, and surmounted by a cornice of sacred cobras. Surrounding this, freestanding, were statues of the 4 tutelary goddesses of the dead, gracious figures with outstretched protective arms, so natural and lifelike in their pose, so pitiful and compassionate the expression upon their faces, that one felt it almost sacrilege to look at them. One guarded the shrine on each of its 4 sides, but whereas the figures at front and back kept their gaze firmly fixed upon their charge, an additional note of touching realism was imparted by the other 2, for their heads were turned sideways, looking over their shoulders towards the entrance, as though to watch against surprise. There is a simple grandeur about this monument that made an irresistible appeal to the imagination, and I am not ashamed to confess that it brought a lump to my throat. It is undoubtedly the canopic chest, and contains the jars which play such an important part in the ritual of mummification. There were a number of other wonderful things in the chamber, but we found it hard to take them in at the time, so inevitably were one's eyes drawn back again and again to the lovely little goddess figures. Immediately in front of the entrance lay the figure of the jackal god Anubis, upon his shrine, swathed in linen cloth, and resting upon a portable sled, and behind this the head of a bull upon a stand, emblems these of the underworld. In the south side of the chamber lay an endless number of black shrines and chests, all closed and sealed save one, whose open doors revealed statues of Tutankhamun standing upon black leopards. On the farther wall were more shrine-shaped boxes and miniature coffins of gilded wood, these last undoubtedly containing funerary statuettes of the king. In the center of the room, left of the Anubis and the bull, there was a row of magnificent caskets of ivory and wood, decorated and inlaid with gold and blue faience, one, whose lid we raised, containing a gorgeous ostrich feather fan with ivory handle, fresh and strong to all appearance as when it left the maker's hand. There were also, distributed in different quarters of the chamber, a number of model boats with sails and rigging all complete, and, at the north side, yet another chariot. Such, from a hurried survey, were the contents of this innermost chamber. We looked anxiously for evidence of plundering, but on the surface there was none. Unquestionably the thieves must have entered, but they cannot have done more than open 2 or 3 of the caskets. Most of the boxes, as has been said, have still their seals intact, and the whole contents of the chamber, in fortunate contrast to those of the antechamber and the annex, still remain in position exactly as they were placed at the time of burial. How much time we occupied in this first survey of the wonders of the tomb I cannot say, but it must have seemed endless to those anxiously waiting in the antechamber. No more than 3 at a time could be admitted with safety, so, when Lord Carnarvon and Monsieur Lacour came out, the others came in pairs. First Lady Evelyn Herbert, the only woman present, with Sir William Garstin, and then the rest in turn. It was curious, as we stood in the antechamber, to watch their faces, as one by one they emerged from the door. Each had a dazed, bewildered look in his eyes, and each in turn, as he came out, threw up his hands before him, an unconscious gesture of impotence to describe in words the wonders that he had seen. They were indeed indescribable, and the emotions they had aroused in our minds were of too intimate a nature to communicate, even though we had the words at our command. It was an experience which, I am sure, none of us who were present is ever likely to forget, for in imagination, and not wholly in imagination either, we had been present at the funeral ceremonies of a king long dead and almost forgotten. At 2:15 we had filed down into the tomb, and when 3 hours later, hot, dusty, and dishevelled, we came out once more into the light of day, the very valley seemed to have changed for us and taken on a more personal aspect. We had been given the freedom. February 17th was a day set apart for an inspection of the tomb by Egyptologists, and fortunately most of those who were in the country were able to be present. On the following day the Queen of the Belgians and her son Prince Alexander, who had come to Egypt for that special purpose, honored us with a visit, and were keenly interested in everything they saw. Lord and Lady Allenby and a number of other distinguished visitors were present on this occasion. A week later, for reasons stated in an earlier chapter, the tomb was closed and once again reburied. So ends our preliminary season's work on the tomb of King Tutankhamun. Now as to that which lies ahead of us. In the coming winter our first task, a difficult and anxious one, will be the dismantling of the shrines in the sepulchral chamber. It is probable, from evidence supplied by the Ramesses IV papyrus, that there will be a succession of no fewer than 5 of these shrines, built one within the other, before we come to the stone sarcophagus in which the king is lying, and in the spaces between these shrines we may expect to find a number of beautiful objects. With the mummy, if, as we hope and believe, it remains untouched by plunderers, there should certainly lie the crowns and other regalia of a king of Egypt. How long this work in the sepulchral chamber will take we cannot tell at present, but it must be finished before we tackle the innermost chamber of all, and we shall count ourselves lucky if we can accomplish the clearing of both in a single season. A further season will surely be required for the annex with its confused jumble of contents. Imagination falters at the thought of what the tomb may yet disclose, for the material dealt with in the present volume represents but a quarter, and that probably the least important quarter, of the treasure which it contains. There are still many exciting moments in store for us before we complete our task, and we look forward eagerly to the work that lies ahead. One shadow must inevitably rest upon it, one regret which all the world must share, the fact that Lord Carnarvon was not permitted to see the full fruition of his work, and in the completion of that work we, who are to carry it out, would dedicate to his memory the best that in us lies.